if you're my mom, don't watch this video, okay? If you're my dad, probably don't watch this video. Everyone else, you can watch this video. If you are my mom or my dad, don't watch this video, just talk to me, yeah? So basically, just to give you a really quick overview of what's coming up in the video, I recently volunteered for Mind, my local Mind charity. Mind is a mental health charity offering mental health support. And I've volunteered to give up my time to help to support people who are having issues with mental health. Hi, you're with Scott. This is Battery Exhausted, my channel. It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear and your left ear because it's mono. This video is going to be, oh God, it's going to be really, I don't even know how to get started. The most important thing to say at the start of this video is if you're coming here because you're depressed, if you're coming here because you're suicidal, if you're coming here because you're incredibly anxious or, suffering directly, immediately from the effects of mental illness, then call the Samaritans. They're there like all the time, ready to take your call and just talk to you when you feel at your most low. Call them. The number's on screen, or the web details are on the screen, or talk to somebody, talk to anybody, talk to somebody. That always is a positive step. And if you don't find it a positive step, talk to somebody else. Okay? Because not everyone's helpful, are they? But you know what I mean. And yeah, if you're watching this and you're really, really depressed, then look for mind.org. There's support and there's help. Another really important thing to say if you're depressed is the first most important strategy. It's going to be hard. I know it's going to be hard, but the first most important strategy is distraction. And I know it sounds stupid, whatever, but even just listening to this video and thinking about something else slightly might help just for the 10 minutes it takes, or in this case of this video, hours. But in that time, at least you're not feeling at your worst and depressed because you're just distracted. I know it's still there. I know it's not going to fix it, but it helps. Trust me, it helps to be able to distract yourself. And one of the things you can do is called mindfulness. We'll get onto all this later on in another video or in this video or whatever. But it's about paying attention to the things that are really there in front of you and filling up your mind with that information and sort of pushing out the things that are making you sad, unhappy, all those feelings, just pushing them aside while you take in the information and experience the sensation. And with that comes other emotions, doesn't it? And other feelings. So sometimes it can be a cup of tea, and I've edited this in from later in the video, so I've already got the tea here. But I haven't made it yet in the video chronology, so it's just an editing trick, don't worry. But I've got a cup of tea and I've got it in my hands and I can feel the warmth. It feels warm in my hands, and when I pay attention to that warmth, I can feel it. I can feel how the difference between the back of my hands and the front of my back of my hands aren't very sensitive, but I can feel there's a difference. I can feel that warmth in between my hands. I can feel the weight of the tea, which changes slightly as I shake it around, just slightly. Not a lot, but enough for you to notice if you're paying attention. And it's that attention that you pay to something as simple as a cup of tea that can help you get through the next 5 minutes, the next hour of me talking. And that's just a little trick. It's called mindfulness, and that'll really help. So if you're feeling depressed, the top things I want to tell you immediately: talk to someone, watch this video, distract yourself, practice some mindfulness. We'll get there. We will get there. Okay? So I'm very aware there's a campaign to talk about mental health. And so in this video, I'm going to basically give you a really candid, in-depth look at my own experience. Yeah, this video is going to be about my experience of depression, my experience of mental health issues, anxiety, depression, stuff like that, through the prism of my own experience, through my eyes. and so it's going to be really personal, it's going to be really hard for me to not only voice all this stuff, but then upload it onto the internet for the world to see. It could be the destruction of me in lots of ways. This could be very negative. I don't know how to put it. This could work out to be bad for me though. I'm worried about making this video because people might judge me and I don't know, I'm not going to be giving the greatest hits of my life here. I'm going to be going through some of the worst things that have ever happened to me and explaining about depression and stuff. So, yeah, you know, I'm aware there's a stigma attached to mental illness, to depression, to other forms of mental illness. I'm definitely aware there's a stigma attached to them. And I'm going to be sort of putting my head on the block in that aspect, aren't I? I don't have to do this. I don't have to tell all these truths, but I'm going to. Do you know what? As someone who makes videos and puts them on YouTube, ASMR videos, vlog videos, whatever, sometimes people in my life tell me that they've seen my video, and I find it a bit weird and surprising and slightly intrusive. Like, I don't mind telling these things to strangers, but when it's someone really close to you that says, oh, I watched that video of yours, and oh, fucking hell. I didn't realise that people in my close proximity would see the videos. But this is a bit different as well, because as I said, I'm going to volunteer, I'm going to be working with Mind, and people are going to meet me in the context of mental health and learn about the videos that I've made. So maybe they will see this, and if you're watching this and you know me through that, you know, hi, it's all I could say. Probably watch to the end to hear everything I say, because you're going to probably want to hear how it turns out. Well, I can tell you how it turns out now, because we're living in the now, aren't we? The way it turns out is I'm fairly happy and productive and constructive and in a position to start helping other people on that journey of recovery. So that's cool. Don't worry about me when you watch this. Okay, I've managed to work myself into a slightly happier state now. But I wanted this to be a little introduction bit, and it's just gone off into a long ramble already. If you're going to watch this about depression, you know, bear in mind it's about depression. There might be some things that trigger, they call it, don't they, to say trigger, that make you feel sad. But at the end of the story, it's positive. I don't self-harm anymore. I barely smoke weed these days. I sleep better, and I'm pushing forward with my life. So that's coming at the end. It's going to be okay. And I think it's also important to say, please watch the whole video. You know, it's been really hard for me to say these things on camera. It's been really difficult. Just the idea that I'm going to open my soul to the internet. You can understand why that's difficult, I'm sure. And I have found it difficult. So please watch the video, you know, before you draw conclusions. It's just my story as well. It's not everyone's story. I understand that. I know everyone goes through different trials and different tests, and I'm not undervaluing anyone else's. I'm not undervaluing anyone else's suffering. If anything, I appreciate how people suffer. This is just my story, so I have to tell it as it is, because I have to tell the truth. It's a huge video, and later on the camera runs out and the volume keeps recording, the audio keeps recording, but there's a 20-minute section without any talking movie face. So to just nail it, I'm going to be talking about depression, mental health, and I'm going to be talking about my own experience, my own depression. And so it's a difficult video to make, and I'm basically going to be giving a life story, my life story, but through the context of depression. So it's going to seem quite bleak. But honestly, there are lots of good bits that I'm going to leave out because they're not about depression. Do you know what I mean? Okay. So that's a little preamble. Now I can get into, I've got some little notes here that you may or may not, probably you can't see these notes, but they're just sketched notes to make sure I include everything. What I really want to say at the start of this video is, if you're watching this because you're coming here because you're depressed, because you're watching this because you're feeling that bad, then I can't say don't worry. You know, I know how bad you feel, as I'll explain, but just believe that there is a prospect for the future. There's always a brightness after the storm. There's always a dawn after the darkness. And I know it sounds cheesy, but Winston Churchill said, if you're walking through hell, keep walking. No, he didn't. He said, if you're going through hell, keep going. If you're going through hell, keep going. And that's what it's about, really, fundamentally. You know, if you're hearing this and if you understand depression, if you're feeling depressed, you've just got to keep going. Yeah, it's suffering. Yeah, it feels like horrendous to suffer. But in the time that it's taken you to listen to me say that, we've elapsed some 10, 15 seconds. So you can do 10 seconds, you can do another 10 seconds, and if you can string together 10 seconds at a time, very soon you'll have a minute. And if you can do a minute, then you can do 5 minutes. And after 5 minutes, you might swing back into that horrendous, whatever it is that's really causing and causing you to feel this way is going to come back into your mind. But when it leaves again, because it does, everything's waves. The sun rises and sets. It rises again. Everything's waves. We're going to get into that later in the discussion, maybe. But trust me, everything is waves, light and dark, happiness and sadness, and everything's transient. You didn't always feel sad. You might feel like you will always feel sad, but trust me, you won't. Everything comes and goes. So just stick at it and wait it out. And I know that sounds horrible, but if you're watching this video right now, I'm not going to be able to push some magic button and make you suddenly feel happy. You're just going to have to ride some of this out. But talk to someone, get help. You don't have to, you're not thrown into the sea alone. Or maybe you feel that you are, because I've felt like that when I've been depressed, that you're drowning in the sea and no one can see it. There's a lovely poem called Not Waving But Drowning. Okay, I'm going to give you my life story and talk about depression, but this is important right at the start. If you're depressed, talk to someone. That's the most important thing that I've got to say. Here are the details of the support. Support is available, and when you go down that journey, when you start on that journey, you will begin to feel better in little bits at a time. So it's horrible now, but keep with it and you'll get there. Trust me. Promise me, just watch to the end of the video, and once you've done that, if you've managed that, if you're feeling that low and and if at the end of it you still feel bad, watch another video. Do something, distract yourself. That's important, distraction, which we'll come to later. But first, this poem. So this is by Stevie Smith, and it's called Not Waving But Drowning. Nobody heard him, the dead man, but still he lay moaning. I was much farther out than you thought, and not waving. Now, you know what? I can't get through this. Fuck. I'm going to come and tell you loads and loads of personal stuff in this video, and I'm going to find it surprisingly easy to relate these things without allowing my emotions to get the better of me. Allowing my emotions to get the better of me. That's a funny phrase, isn't it? You don't allow your emotions to get the better of you. It's okay to feel sad. It's okay to have emotions. And it's certainly okay when things are sad, when you feel grief, when you have a loss, or when life is difficult. It's certainly okay to feel depressed. One of the things I believe is that loads of people these days are depressed. Loads of people are. And it's a natural reaction because there's so much to be depressed about. And I know that's going to sound silly coming from someone who's going to help you to not feel so depressed in the long run. But I think it's a natural reaction to feel sadness. And I think the way our world is constructed at the moment and the positions we're put in, it's quite a natural reaction to feel stressed and depressed. So it's not uncommon, and also it's not wrong. It's not wrong. But for some reason, telling stories about things that actually happened to me, I can do that. I can, we're going to come to in a bit why I can do that, but I can. But some things, see, even little things like that make me laugh sometimes, even though, so some things, as I was saying, some things really catch me, and it's usually art. Quite often it's films, but art, music, and it can hit me somewhere that I don't see it coming, and it must touch me in my soul somewhere, because I get emotional. And I was never like the kid that cried at Dumbo or Disney films. I didn't cry at Bambi. But as I've got older and suffered more, I relate to suffering through expressions of emotion, so you have to bear with me on that. Nobody heard him, the dead man, but still he lay moaning. I was much farther out than you thought, and not waving, but drowning. Poor chap, he always loved larking, and now he's dead. It must have been too cold for him. His heart gave way, they said. Oh no, no, no. It was too cold always. Still the dead one lay moaning. I was much too far out, all my life, and not waving, but drowning. And that's what it can feel like. You see what I mean? Oh, I've got goosebumps and I feel like I might cry. Okay. That's what it feels like. That is what it feels like to be depressed. For people to think, or to put on this facade, this show of happiness, to show the world that you're happy, because I'll come to the reasons why we do it in a bit, or the reasons I have come to do that. But to prove to the world that you're happy on the outside, or even at least to seem that way if people just give you the first glance. Whereas underneath and deep down, and as you're much farther out than people think, and you're not waving, you're drowning. There's this strange tipping point. And I think one of the things about this always, I relate my depression to the sea a lot. I think about the sea. It's come back in waves to me over the years. And this, the idea that you're in that vast sea, and at some point you're having a good time and you're swimming and you're larking. But if people look a lot closer, swimming and larking is very close to drowning and waving. And even in yourself, sometimes you don't see the transition between the two until it's too late. So, depression. Seek some help. This is help. This is going to be helpful. I'm going to be volunteering to support people. And before I do, I think it's important that I tell my story. I don't know if it is. I don't know if it is important that I do this. I don't know if maybe I should just never do this and then just offer the world the strong side that I am capable of. And I do have, which we'll come to in a bit. But I think it is important, if I'm going to be offering this support, to let people know the truth of where I've been and felt, so that they can understand that I identify with them. That's part of the ASMR, which we'll come to in a bit. Okay, I hope you're enjoying this. Because if you're watching it, you're probably depressed and it's probably hard to enjoy anything. So give me a thumbs up. Sorry, I'm making jokes. Strange, isn't it, that even in the hardest of times, we can all make jokes. It seems quite natural. Seems natural. So let's do this. Once upon a time, there was a little boy called Scott. Now, I'm not gonna use this video to attack my parents. I'm definitely not. I love and respect them. They had their own lives, they had their own learning, and they came to the point of having a child, and not everything was perfect for them, and not everything has been perfect for me. So I'm not going to say, oh, it was my mom's fault or it was my dad's fault. Not like that at all. They did the things they thought were right, or they made the choices they thought the best at the time. And I was lucky. My dad was a roof tiler. And again, this is not my parents' life story, so I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to give a quick bit of context. My dad was a roof tiler who ended up running his own business. He was from Birmingham, so he was working class, and he managed to earn enough money during the 80s so that when he had me in 1982, his firstborn, there was a nice house for me to live in. Him and my mom had bought this cottage and they renovated it, so I was only a little baby. I don't really remember it, but I was born into quite a picturesque environment, loving parents who had this cottage and renovated it, and they sold that, and that helped them buy an even bigger house, which my dad actually built from scratch. So it was quite fairy tale at the start. And again, not going into my parents' background too much, but they were both successful good looking. They'd been socially mobile. You know, they'd started out as working class people and earned money, and you know, were enjoying the lifestyle that provided. Okay. So we moved into this like dream house, and it was like a mansion. And I remember it being built. This is when my earliest memories are formed, and I remember it being built, and I used to play with the builders with my Action Men figures and He-Man figures. And I had toys bought for me, you know, as a little kid. I had my own bedroom. I had a nice bed. I was even luckier than that. Like, I was really lucky. My parents bought me lots of toys. You know what I mean? Like, that's what went on in the 80s. If you lived in Britain, I'm pretty sure. I watched lots of cartoons, but I was even luckier because my parents had another baby. They had a sister. They had a sister. I had a sister. And to this day, my sister is probably the person I love. I mean, it's hard to say who you love most, isn't it? You love your parents unconditionally, in a way. But my sister's probably the person that I love most. And I know lots of people have brothers and sisters, and they don't always have good relationships with them all through their life. They're close, they're not close, whatever. But me and my sister are really close, and people used to think we were twins because she was a little bit taller than I was when she was little. So I never felt aggrieved to have a sister. I remember once on my birthday, I got a bike, and my sister got a bike on the same day, because you can't have one without the other, having a big present like that. And I thought that was a bit of a liberty. So even at that young age, the concepts of monetary values and presents and child of the 80s and all that, these were ideas that were floating about. And that's the only time I ever felt aggrieved about having a sister. It's like that it wasn't fair that she was getting the same presents as me on my birthday. But you know what? I've never disliked having a sister, even when it's been really difficult. And sometimes it's been really difficult, but I've always loved my sister the most, and I've been really lucky to have her there, because while she was a little bit younger than me, 18 months younger than me, she basically went through the same things as I did. And we were a little team, for most of that. So things should have been good, but then my parents had this divorce. Again, I don't think it's really right for me to relate to my parents' private business on the internet. That's definitely not right. And I've got respect for my parents, and I love them. So I'm not going to say bad things about them. But they did have a divorce. It was my dad's fault. Like, he did cheat on my mom. I think that's public record since they had a divorce in court, and I don't think anyone would have tried to hide that. I don't think he's going to try and hide that or anything like that. But it was horrible because my mom was really upset and angry. It didn't happen overnight. Like, I wasn't aware of it as such because I was a little kid, but my earliest memories of being aware of stuff were not of family cohesion. They were of this... I had an awareness of the adult world, and the adult world that my mom was going through and was in was this sort of... it was like detective story or something. She was trying to catch my dad cheating, and she had the idea that he was cheating, but she had to do it. No, I must have picked this up from people she talked to and stuff like that. It must have been talked about when I was that little. I remember once my mom talking to someone and saying that my dad had run away with a dog, and she was being derogatory about the woman that he was seeing, but I thought that he got a dog, and I was really unhappy because I wanted a dog and he wouldn't let us have a dog, and then he's gone off with a dog, and that's why my dad's not there. And I found it all very confusing and very difficult. And he was there and he came back, and then he left again, he came back, and it wasn't an overnight divorce. It happened over a long period of time. So that beautiful family house that we had, that fell to shit. They sold it, and we moved into like a rented... No, we lived in a hotel for... I say that, it sounds nice, doesn't it, living in a hotel? It wasn't nice. It was a nice hotel, but it wasn't nice to live there. We lived there for a little bit, and then we lived in a rented house for a bit. And then they bought this again, a slightly dilapidated property they were going to do up. So my dad was around then, but then he left again. All throughout this time, they were having like quite aggressive, fractious arguments. I remember the day my dad left once and my mum was crying. You know, that was a strong memory. I remember my dad telling me when I was very little that he was going to leave and that I had to be the man of the house and to, you know, look after my mum and my sister. So when he did leave and my mum was devastated and I had no way of consoling her, I found that to be quite difficult because I felt that it was my role. So yeah, I was lost in all that. I didn't know what was going on with all that. I just thought that was kind of normal, but I knew that normality was people sitting by the fire and like playing board games and eating their dinner together. And we definitely didn't have that in my life. But you take it for granted when you're little. You know it's not exactly what life's supposed to be. But I don't know, maybe it was I loved reading and I loved the stories and books and stuff. And maybe it was because I'd read other stories of poor children in fairy tales that I felt, you know, it wasn't uncommon, or I don't know, I just accepted the way life was. But I wasn't happy. So at this stage in my life, my earliest memory, you know, of development, between the ages of about 2 and 8, I was always depressed. I had happiness in my life. I had happy times. You know, there was Christmas and birthdays and whatever. I had a Super Nintendo, which I'd play in my room. I did have some friends at primary school. I used to come and play. I used to go and play with them. But I was depressed. You know, I didn't know it. I used to think that if on a level of 1 to 10, with 0 being suicidal and 10 being over the moon, I was always at a 5 or below, you know, as a standard in my life. So I thought, whereas everyone else, the standard would probably be 7, you know, just going along happy days. I wasn't going along happy days. I was worried and anxious because I didn't know what was going to happen. Some days I'd get home and like life would be over. And other days I'd get home and it would be different again. I don't know, you know, I just didn't have any confidence in anything really. But I was quite good at school. I was quite capable, quite smart, I guess. So I did quite well at school. And this is where I've got my first note here. So we covered the divorce, which eventually the divorce did settle into a full divorce. And there was a year of like court case and serious divorce proceedings to nail that at the end. My dad gave my mom the house. I know quite a few of these details because I heard it from both sides. You know, their arguments we as children became conduits for their arguments. There was the discussions over child maintenance, which eventually got set at a certain level, and my dad had to pay it every week, which had to be given to us as children and then handed to my mom because he didn't want to see her and she didn't want to see him and stuff. But it got set. So from this point on, end of primary school, we knew where we stood. And through that time as well, my mom had some boyfriends, and whilst my dad definitely had girlfriends, I didn't see them. You know, I never met any of them because he was off doing that separate, wasn't he? So I was just aware of his absence. But mom's boyfriends came around the house and took my mom out and brought her back drunk. And I didn't like any of that at all. Didn't care who they were, just didn't like the concept. But I had to deal with it and put up with it and not vocalise any dissent, because I was aware that my mom, quite rightly, should have a boyfriend if she wanted one. It was her choice who she should see. And they never tried to be my dad. They never tried to overly impose themselves on my life. But just the fact they were taking my mom away was very distressing for me. Very distressing, yeah. And there were quite a lot of nights that either mom was with a boyfriend, or like if he'd come round, doesn't matter who it was, I'm not critiquing any particular person, but just that she'd be occupied doing that, and I wouldn't feel like going into that situation. I'm not welcome to go into that situation. It wasn't a family situation. It was, you know, mom's romantic involvement with a boyfriend. So Later on, as I got a bit older, some boyfriends did become more family oriented, and that was okay. But again, a bit weird because it's not my choice who this is, and I don't, it's all well and good for my mom to want to have a relationship with someone, but I wasn't vetting a new dad. Do you know what I mean? I wasn't necessarily overly enamored with the idea of someone else just being present in my family life from the my privacy, I guess, is the word I'm looking for there. Yeah. But that happened, and it wasn't the worst thing in the world, but that did happen. So we've only got up to primary school fitting in. I've got loads to go through. I've got loads. But as a child, I was depressed. Okay. What was I going to say? Yeah. A quick note here is that my parents, what's going to come on in this story is going to involve drugs at some point. So I'm going to have to talk explicitly about that, which is going to be difficult. But my parents never used drugs, but they did drink. They never smoked, but they did drink. And being at the pub was a regular pastime for them and for us as kids. Never saw it as a problem myself, but I was then affected by their drunkenness throughout that time in my life. And when someone's distressed and upset and drunk, they're not the mom that you maybe sometimes want as a child. And I'm not attacking my mom, I'm not doing that, but this did happen. And when we went to see my dad, because we saw him on every other weekend, quite often he'd get drunk and I'd be scared of him. They were living their own lives, dealing with life in their own way, but alcohol was part of it, and I never enjoyed seeing my parents drunk. Never enjoyed seeing them drunk. And when it did happen, they weren't always drunk, but when it did happen, of the weekend, it scared me. Yeah. And that's probably because I felt the people who were supposed to be in control were not in control. I'd witnessed their inability to be in control, their inability to behave like adults, because they behaved like angry teenagers throughout that divorce. I had no confidence in my supposed mentors, I guess. Yeah, saying that. Okay. I'm just going to make a cup of tea. And I have noticed, I've talked about this for about half an hour, and I've only just got into school. So I apologise if this is a really long video and you don't enjoy it and don't want to watch it or whatever. But I'm still going to do it. I'm going to try not to take too long over it, but things need to be said, don't they? If you're going to talk about mental health in an open, honest and frank way, you've got to talk about it from your own experience. It's no good of me to say, oh, somebody else did this and somebody else did that, and I think this about that and that about the other. I've just got to tell you what I've experienced, haven't I? Not in a selfish way, because I haven't done this for so long. I've got YouTube, I've got the ability. I just feel it's right. Okay, I've got a cup of tea now. And if you're watching this and you're feeling depressed, I suggest make a cup of tea. You can pause the video or listen to me talk while you make a cup of tea. That's an option. If you're feeling really down, if like me, you felt really, really down and done some stuff, whether it's self-harm, if you're watching this and you self-harm or you feel suicidal, like you've been at the worst, you've been at that bottom rung of the ladder. Don't let go of the ladder. Don't let go of the ladder. You've been right down to the bottom, so all you can do is go up. Or you can only go up. It sounds stupid, doesn't it? But it's true. If you've been at that rock bottom, you can only climb. And you might drift around in the bottom for a while. But when you start climbing, it's positive, it's upwards. And yeah, you can slip back. We all do. But once you started climbing and started learning how to climb, the little slip backs, you grab holder onto the ladder. You grab harder onto the ladder because you know what's down there and because you know what it's like to climb. So if you're at that bottom rung right now, hold on. Hold on. We'll come to that in a bit when I talk about poetry. We'll come back to that. So I've only just got up to school. There's a little note I wanted to make here about school. We all got different experiences of primary school. Some of us enjoyed it, some of us didn't. This is not a big video about my primary school days, but I just wanted to make one key point, was that I didn't really fit in like everyone else. I remember once we did a lesson about the Romans. We've been talking about the Vikings before, and the Vikings used to use round shields, and they run about and do their pillaging. And we learned that the Romans were much more organised, and that their military, they had these square, oblong-shaped shields that fit together, and they'd form this protective shell. And it was a much more advanced system of warfare. And we did this hand count. We were going to make shields, and who wants to make what kind of shield? Everyone wanted to make a Roman shield. Hands went up. I want to make a Roman shield. But I said, I think the Viking shield is better. And the teacher actually picked me up on it and said, well, actually, we've been doing all this learning, so this is something you're supposed to have learned. No, it's not. It's not better. And I said, yeah, but actually you can move around, so you've got more mobility. So whilst the Romans are forced to do what they're told, and that might be walk into a dangerous situation, as a Viking, with your independence and your one shield and your axe, you can run around and say, no, I'm not going to face up to that armoured tank of people. I'm going to go around the back and chop some ankles or whatever. So I believed that I was right. I had my own logic, and I didn't want to make a Roman shield. I wanted to make a Viking one, but the lesson was making Roman shields. So I was told I was wrong, and I've got no grievance to that teacher. I love that teacher to this day. But it was a key point in highlighting how I was different, how I thought differently, how I didn't think I fitted in. I did have some really close friends in primary school, but as we grew up, even at that young age, as we went into those sort of early formative years, in the last years of primary school when I was about 10 years old, those friendships started to drift. My best friend was sort of best friends with other people, and I wasn't best friends with those other people so much. And I've still got one really close friend from primary school, James. I'll say, I don't know if he's ever going to watch this, but I'll say his name, James. And ironically, I think his parents went through some sort of, I don't think they did get divorced, but I think they had some family trouble along those sort of lines, and he confided in me, and I think that was something that made us close back then, and is still, to this day, we've maintained a friendship. But also logistics, he still lives around here. Anyway, those sort of close friends, though, they drifted. I felt quite lonely. I made a new friend who had been in my class all through school, but I didn't really realise we were cohesive friends until we started getting our own minds a bit more. But yeah, I did feel a bit isolated back then. We lived in the countryside, and play dates had to be booked and organised, and sometimes I spent a lot of time in my bedroom with my computer, my Spectrum, then my Atari, then my NES, then my SNES. Spent a lot of time on my own doing that. The world of imagination and books, I used to love all that, but fitting in wasn't easy for me. And that Roman shield thing, it typified it. It even got brought up at parents' evening, where it was like used as an example of my character. And I felt annoyed because I thought that was a positive thing in my character and not a negative, but it was used as an example in a negative sense. And I did have trouble fitting in. Okay. So that's part of depression, maybe. Secondary school. Pressure. Now, I told you before, and I'm not trying to brag, I was smart, okay? We did, IQ tests, which can be critiqued. Yeah, they can be critiqued. We did IQ tests at some stage in my schooling, and I think I was in the high 140s. I think I was on the borderline of getting into Mensa. I certainly don't want to be in Mensa. It's not an interest to me, but that's how my academic ability was measured. And because of that, there was a local school, it's a grammar school, actually the same school that Shakespeare went to, and it held a lot of prestige. And so it was important to my parents that I took that exam and passed it and went to that school. So there was a lot of pressure on my last year of school building up to this exam, the 11 plus exam. I felt that pressure. I understood it. I visited the school, visited another school, took some exams for private schools, and sat the 11 plus. And during that time, I had to go to a private tutor on a Friday afternoon after school, which I really hated, to be honest. I'll say that straight and out, right? I hated it. It was just practicing the tests and writing essays, stuff that I did at school. And I didn't find, it wasn't necessarily about learning, it was about practicing. So I didn't find it interesting. I found it a chore. When I went there, I had to sit on my own in a room and do an exam, basically, for an hour after school on a Friday. And then my dad would critique that exam later in the week with me. and I didn't enjoy any of that. My relationship with my father at that point started to become every other weekend or a couple of days in the week after school. Pressure, whether it be learning, this stuff for school, or doing my homework for school, or being taught something new, that would be broken up with exciting days out to the football, which I used to love. But generally, there was this academic, pressure, and I was quite lucky because, like I said, I was smart, so I did ace the exams. I got into Warwick, the local private school, and of course that's expensive, but they gave me a scholarship because my mom didn't have enough money to put me to private school. She was a divorcee who was now in the process of going back to night school to get a degree so that she could get a decent job to afford to support the family and the house and all that. So things weren't that good financially, but we never wanted for anything, me and my sister. We had nice things in the house, but it wasn't the situation where we were able to just send me to private school or go to America or whatever. It wasn't like that. So I got the scholarship for Warwick, which was lucky. So I was insured private school education, but even more lucky, I got the 11 plus. That meant that out of all the people that sat the exam in our area, I was in the top 2%, and I'd got my place to go to Kes, which was a free school, no money involved. And I thought, brilliant. When I opened the letter, I kind of felt confident that I was going to get into Kes. I opened the letter and it said I had, and everyone was happy. My granddad was there on that day. He's going to feature in this story in a minute. But he was there on that day and he was happy, and I felt confident. I didn't assume the worst. I assumed the best, and I opened the letter and I got into Kes, and it was a celebration. I didn't know what was about to come, but I thought that was a success. So there's highs and lows, it's not all bad. But there's pressure, along with my instability at home, my parents' fractious home life. I felt on that level 5 or a 6. When I got the result to get into Kes, that was happy, up to about a 7, but not ecstatic. I just was confident it was going to happen. So, and to me, it was just, they wanted me to go to that school, so I was happy for them more than anything. And so I did. I went to Kes. Ironically, a lot of other kids that were at Kes came from very affluent backgrounds and had been tutored to pass the 11 plus from a younger age. There are private primary schools in my area that take the 11 plus exam so seriously, they tutor them from very young, and a lot of them get the exam and manage to pass the exam. I think in my class, we were all quite intelligent, and I went from a situation where I was the most intelligent, or one of the most intelligent kids in my class, so never found anything difficult, and was never cross at anyone else for taking a little bit more time to get it, but was aware that I got it quick, sort of thing, to being in a class of people who were all capable of excellence, and I had to work for that position. So in the first year, the pressure was still on. I'd got into Kes now. My dad applied even more pressure, and I did well. I got 50 out of 50 in the test. I got 49 out of 50, and my dad wanted to know which one I'd got wrong. That sort of pressure, but I did well. That seemed like the thing to do. I made some friends. I just got on with it. It was a bit scary going into secondary school, but everyone has to do it. The only negative I found in that first couple of years was that bullying, and it wasn't just me. Everyone got bullied when you're in the first year of school, but our school came with a certain prestige, academic success, which also came with a certain stigma. So the other schools in the area, the local high school, those sort of kids would bully us simply for wearing the uniform. And the bullying wasn't the sort of camaraderie, taking the piss, joshing. It was serious bullying where you could get beaten up for walking around in your school uniform in the wrong part of town, maybe. Certainly at that age, I was afraid of that, and I didn't like it. And it did happen. It did happen where people sort of threatened me or gave me abuse because of my school uniform. So brilliant, yeah. But that was young years, secondary school, and I was depressed throughout the whole of it, I felt that strong pressure. It wasn't enjoyable to be going to school every day. It was a pressure situation. And coming home after school, I started going to my dad's every day, where the pressure would be applied for this homework and this academia. And eventually, after a whole day of this horrible school academic stuff and a horrible after school spending with my dad and having to do more homework and whatever, after all that, I'd get to watch The Simpsons at my dad's house and then go home to my mom's, where everything was relaxed and I could just play on my computer games. So most of my life at that age, apart from the few hours in the evening, Simpsons onwards, was not enjoyable. I didn't enjoy it. Definitely didn't enjoy it. I just got on with it. And I did make some friends at school, yeah, but I just got on with it. So we've done that. Relationship with my dad, I've sort of covered that. I did have a relationship with my dad after my parents divorced, but it had to be worked on, and it had to be him that did the work. And sometimes he was definitely in the mood to do that, and we'd go out somewhere and do something fun. And sometimes he was in a bad mood and it wouldn't be fun. I often felt scared of my dad, and when he was in a good mood, I still felt scared because he could end up in a bad mood and I didn't know how it was going to happen. So I used to keep quiet a lot. Sometimes there was some trouble, you know, and I'd be in it. I would be in it. So that was my earlier relationship with my dad there. I've got notes, you see, that I'm sticking to. So then at home with my mom and my sister, it was quite isolated again. We lived in the countryside, like I said, and at this age, again, moving school, changing friendship groups. I don't think in the first couple of years of school I'd spent much time having friends over. I was sort of making them. But I must have done, but a lot of the time, I think I was just a bit isolated in my room with my computer games and being a bit frustrated as well. I remember at that age, I got all my Lego out, which I sort of got out of the loft because I felt bored and low and sort of wanting to revisit something from childhood. So I got all this Lego out and I started making things out of Lego. And looking back on it, I used to make tableaus of the life I wanted to live, of people at a rock concert, and I made all the stage and all the people in the band, and I made some drums out of Lego pieces and set them all up, and then I made this little imaginary beach hut where everyone was having fun on the beach and stuff. The things you see on television that you're sold as visions of what enjoyment is, but I certainly didn't live that life. I lived my life up in my room, then getting up to go to school the next day. And it was about this sort of time I stopped sleeping. I used to read a lot, and I would fall asleep with a book and wake up with the book sort of scrunched on me. Also, not just books, but I got a telly in my room to play my computer games on. My mum wasn't that strict, and her bedroom was at the other end of the house, and I watched late night television an awful lot, and I probably exposed myself to things that I shouldn't have been exposed to. Some of it was comedy and really important, like I watched the birth of Jack D and the alternative comedy scene on Channel 4. But some of it was like horror movies, like The Shining and Jaws, which scared me. But yeah, I did that. I could never wake up in the morning. My mum used to scream at me in the mornings to get me out of bed, and it was with good reason, because I was always difficult in the morning, never easy to get out of bed. And it was always like we had to drive to the nearest town to get me to school, to get my sister to school, and it was like a frantic death run in the morning, every morning, whether you got your toast down or not, whether you got your tie on or not. I sometimes hadn't got all my books and my bags, and sometimes I hadn't got my books and my bag, I don't know, whatever. It was always difficult because I'm remembering stuff now as I'm saying it, and this is going to be a long video, but in that first year of school, everyone got given all these books and told to put them in the lockers, or you leave them at home and you only bring in the book that you need for the day, of course. But I couldn't do that because my parents were separate, so I'd go to my dad's house after school and then on to my mom's. So my books could never be left in one place, and I ended up carrying them all around, all of them, in this huge bag, and it weighed me down and my shoulders hurt. We used to have to walk to the games field. Our games field wasn't on the school premises, and we used to walk across town, and I would hate it. I'd hate it. And then rugby in the freezing cold. We were forced to do rugby in the cold, and I hated that as well. It's like a torture. It was like a torture. I didn't want to get sort of brutalised in the freezing cold for the sake of a game of rugby. You know, I just didn't want to do it. But I guess to my credit, in a way, I just knuckled down and got on with it. I didn't complain about my bag on my back. And I didn't say to the teacher, I don't want to do this fucking stupid rugby. I got into the fucking team. I got in the rugby team. Because I tried hard at rugby, because at the end of it, you know, I was out there being cold, being hit by people, you know, not by the teachers, but you know, taking the hits and just getting on with it. And it's only then when I developed as a teen that things started to change. Not necessarily for the better. Oh, God. Don't want to be negative. I want to try and be positive. I've only got through all this, and I'm only up to here, and I've got to keep going now because I can't stop. Otherwise, this video will never be finished. But there's pages of it. So, developing as a teen. One important thing to say here is that I found friends. I found a group of about 3 or 4 lads at school. Oh yeah, I never mentioned this. Important point. My school was a boys' school. So when I went to secondary school, it wasn't like everyone else where they just got to go on to the next school with a load of their friends. None of my classmates from my primary school went to my secondary school. Only me and one other friend went to secondary school from my school. So I only knew one person, and everyone was a boy. There were no girls. And that was a step away from a mixed education system that I was used to. And I wasn't that enamored with the idea. You know, I didn't necessarily want to go to a boys' school, but that was the option presented to me, so I took it. But yeah, all boys' school. So, as a team, I found some friends, a bunch of lads that we used to hang out more than anyone else. We seemed to have a similar sense of humour was the main thing. And we used to do sort of regular weekend sleepovers. And there was about 4 or 5 of us in the group. So in a month, we'd sort of spend one weekend at one person's house, then the next person's, then the next person's. And during this time, we watched certain films, which will stay with me for the rest of my life. One of which was Full Metal Jacket. I must have seen it over 100 times. I really, really loved that film. And it meant so much to me at that age, because I was going through this system of boys' schooling and pressure, of control outside of my... Like, the control was coming from the teachers and the parents, and I was trying to shake that off. But the whole point of the school was to teach you to be academically successful so you could go to Oxford or Cambridge. And that pressure in that direction, you know, you had to follow it. There was no rebelling. That was the whole point of the system. So I always felt from back then, you know, I didn't like that dynamic, and I was trying to become myself, but it wasn't being supported from the outside world. If anything, I had to sort of give up the majority of that in favour of passing exams and doing what they wanted and stuff like that. So that film, Full Metal Jacket, I never became a soldier, I never killed anyone, but the process of institutionalization that goes on, I seem to understand. And yeah, and I used to love the Joker character, so that's that. It's not depression, but it's part of it. Finding solace in art is part of depression. Finding solace in art, because Full Metal Jacket is not really the most well, it's certainly not Pink Ribbons, is it? That's a favourite film from childhood. But I found those friends, and I found music. And music, I'd always been interested in music, always loved music, but it had always been something that was either what my parents listened to, UB40, or stuff that, you know, as a 8 to 10-year-old kid, I loved Michael Jackson and all that. But now I was a teenager, and I was finding the counterculture. One of my friends was more into that counterculture music than any of the others, and he gave me like a portal into that world. So I basically looked at all his record collection as a chocolate shop jukebox of treasures, borrowing CDs, recording them onto tapes, learning about new bands. And that's when I discovered Nirvana. Kurt was still alive. They were big. I got the Green Day. I was into Green Day before they released Dookie, I think. So I'm like proud of that. It's just how it is, because that's just the timeline. That's just when I was into stuff. I was really into punk, and it became more than just a music taste. It became a lifestyle direction choice. I wanted to experiment growing my hair and fashion, but I went to a boys' school where the strict uniform and any buck against the trend was critiqued. So I found that difficult. And I was also interested in psychedelia and the unseen and stuff like that. And what that meant was that it made my relationship with my dad really difficult, because he was quite strict and traditional. So that made it even worse for me in my life, even more depression, because the things I found and I wanted to enjoy were scrutinized and critiqued, and sometimes shut down by the stricter elements of my life, the school, the parents, but not majorly shut down. But certainly that was an element. My depression levels, now I'd found something, an art form that I understood and experienced life in the same way as they were describing, and the music seemed to fit. So that actually made me feel less depressed in a way. And at that point I was in love, and it was unrequited. It never worked. She never loved me. So there was always this sort of aching, I want to get a girlfriend, I wish I had a girlfriend sort of feeling. But I hadn't got the broken heart by then. Not completely broken. I'd got the building of a fragile heart through my childhood, but it hadn't been broken yet. Yeah. I'm laughing as I'm looking at all these horrible things that I'm going to come on to talk about. So, but there is another highlight here that needs to be said. Fencing. I discovered sword fighting at school. I didn't like going to rugby. I've already told you that. Out of the blue, one of the days in the first year of school, secondary school, when I was 11, 12 years old, 3 or 4 boys came in and described fencing to us. They were from the school fencing club, and they were older boys. They were like in the 3rd year. So we looked up to them, and they described this sport of hitting each other with swords, told us how it was fun, and we could go and do the first lesson. Everyone in my class went to that first lesson of fencing. I think we pretty much all enjoyed it. I mean, what boy doesn't want to hit someone else with a sword? We didn't do the point weapon, the pokey weapon. We actually did the cutty weapon, saber. So it was even more Pirates of the Caribbean. But yeah, we all enjoyed it and all that. But then some of them started to drift off, as you do. You try something, not everyone's going to stick with it. But I stuck with it, and I really enjoyed it. But not only enjoyed it, I found that there's something about sport training that when you're depressed, it allows you to succeed, and it gives you a place to forget everything else in the world. Like with music can do it, but going to a gig, you're part of the audience. But when you do sport, you're part of the sport. You're doing it yourself. I found it to be one of the most enjoyable hours of my week. So I stuck with fencing, and I actually got quite good at it. I ended up being part of the British team. So as this story unfolds, fencing is always happening. I'm always going to fencing once or twice a week, and then at weekends I started competing as I got better, as I got older. And I was really lucky, because my coach, mentor, he used to be a major in the army, and he'd got a son of his own and life experience, and he was probably one of the best influences on me in my life. And strangely, I'm getting emotional now. I don't know, I knew I was going to talk about all this stuff, and I can do it without being, I could do it without crying, but for some reason, now, again, I feel emotional. But he saved my life in a very real way, by providing me with the right input at the right times, just to keep the balance tipped in favour of not fucking it completely, not completely going off the rails. Something, fencing and sport gave me something to strive for, that I enjoyed striving for, that was accepted by the forces that be. Learning to play the guitar was not accepted by the forces that be. Learning to play rock guitar and grow your hair was not, a positive. School didn't really want you to be getting on with that, but they did like you doing fencing. So, you know what I mean? That was really important in my life. So this is where we're at when the very most biggest off the cliff moment happens. Is my granddad. He was a beautiful person. He was very kind, not aggressive, not loud, but kind, gentle. And through all of these things that have happened in my life to this point, when things have been difficult, sometimes we've gone to stay at my grandparents' house when my mom and dad were having a big argument or something. Sometimes my grandparents just looked after us because, you know, grandparents do when the kids are around, don't they? But it was always positive, always wonderful. There was never any reprimand. There were toys and there were trips to... I mean, my granddad wasn't a wealthy man, but he used to take me to the local... And again, I'm getting emotional. He used to take me to the local newsagent and buy me a comic, and then we'd read the comic together before I could even... You know, when I was learning to read and stuff. So this little trip up the road, this little walk up the road with my granddad to the comic shop was an oasis of happiness throughout my childhood when things were at their most bleak. And so when he contracted motor neuron disease, it was really difficult for some people. So my granddad got motor neuron disease. We didn't know. He sort of had a stroke. He fell over. He was definitely poorly, and that marked this gradual degeneration, which is what motor neuron... It destroys your nerves and your neurons. I don't know. It prevents you from being able to move and operate, but you're still there mentally. But you can't control your body, and eventually you can't. You know, your system's just shut down, and it takes a long time. And you have to watch this person degenerate. And for some people, it's really hard because that person has been so strong all their life. And I don't think of my granddad as a particularly strong person. Like, he wasn't a weightlifter or anything like that. He was quite skinny. But there's something strong about being calm and being kind. It does take a really special kind of strength, doesn't it? Because throughout all this stuff, he must have been angry at my dad, you know. He must have been angry. But he would never show anything but calmness and kindness to the world. To me. So it seemed really unfair. Seemed really unfair that the person who, and like, you know, earlier I said my sister was my greatest ally, the person I loved the most. My granddad was really important. I haven't gone on about him in this story up to now because it's been about depression and the things that have made me sad. But he's always been there, had always been there. I used to go and watch the football with my dad, and I supported Birmingham City because my dad took me there, but he supported Aston Villa, and yet, if you understand that, they're rivals, the Villa fans and Birmingham fans, and yet whenever I came back from the football, he'd always ask how we got on, and he'd always be positive, and I didn't understand the animosity between Birmingham and Aston Villa because my experience of Villa fans was through my granddad, and he was the most beautiful person I knew. So I'm not going to cut. I'm going to keep going, but I need to blow my nose. Okay. Hope I haven't got any piggies up there. I don't want to ruin this video by having little piggies up my nose, do I? Or by crying on the internet. But if you're watching this and we're talking about depression, like I said, it is okay to feel sad. And me talking about this is going to make me feel sad. So this is going to happen. He was the most beautiful person I ever knew. And his death was a protracted, drawn out process. He ended up living at our house quite a lot because my mum had to care for him. And he ended up, first of all, is his movement, and then it became his speech was like towards the end. So him in a wheelchair wasn't the end of the world, but when he started to stop, and you couldn't, that's literally how it came. He became unintelligible. Word from ASMR there. But he was trying to communicate, but I couldn't understand. And at that point, that was the worst bit for me. And I think I kind of shut off from it. Because at that point in my life, rock music, rebellion, being 14 or 15 years old, I was able to rebel and just to go up to my room and close the door, put the loud music on. I was able to, I started smoking at this point, and mainly because just fucking hanging around outside with mates and there's nothing better to do. And some of the older boys at fencing used to do it, and because I was quite good at fencing, I got to sort of, because I was stubborn and strong-minded and not going to be pushed around, even like in fencing, it's a direct physical one-on-one, somebody beats you at fencing, don't they? But these older boys that were better than me, I didn't like, I was working hard to beat them, and I think there was some respect that went on because I was able to sort of get into their friendship group a bit, maybe. Everyone that has been young will understand what it's like to, want to be with the older kids, and I wasn't always in their gang at all, not at all. Quite often they'd give me beats and stuff, and that was another rite of passage in that group, is that to hang with the older kids, you get the beats and stuff like that. I stuck with it, put up with it. But smoking happened at that time as well, and this is when I started smoking weed, smoking marijuana. I didn't start smoking it. At first, we got it and we put it in tea. Got a cup of tea here. And it was just a weird experience, just a sort of bit of a trippy experience, bit of a laugh. What didn't seem harmful. I got in loads of trouble for smoking. Every time my parents smelled smoke on me, it was loads of trouble. But I was rebelling, and the weed, it took me somewhere else, didn't it? In my mind, it took me somewhere mentally else. And so, whilst my granddad was going through these final stages of this degenerative disease and dying, and eventually when he died, I started smoking weed more and more to shut myself away from it and to literally get out of my head, I guess, to not have to face this horrible reality. And that's shameful. I'm ashamed of that. I'm really ashamed that I didn't spend I'm really ashamed that I didn't spend the last year of my granddad's life connected, switched on, committed and involved. But I was 14 and 15, and I didn't have the ability to cope with it. I didn't know how to cope with it. So I just shut myself away. And my mom, I didn't support my mom in any way. And it was her dad that died, so that must have been hard. I was there. I was a burden, if anything. I was causing problems. I was smoking and not doing my schoolwork properly. By that point, I'd fucked off. I had to do what they told me. I had to get my exams and do my grades and stuff. But, by that point, I was just fucked off with the people at school, the teachers mainly, and their attitude to things and what they thought was important. So I kind of drifted away from who I was into somebody else. And that was part of depression, part of music, part of drugs. There's a romanticism about, Kurt Cobain blew his head off and I was shocked, but I started to understand more about the drug addiction and the depression and what drove people to these places. And even though it's horrible and dark, there's a romanticism about it, isn't there? It's true. There's a romantic element to it. And And at this time, I think the film The Crow was something we watched when that came out about this time in my life. And the black coats and the gothic element, the depression being glamorized in a way. At least, although I wasn't going to develop into this Oxbridge candidate, captain of fencing, polished teeth and lovely haircut, I did sort of have this vision of self-destruction at that age. And this is where self-harm started. This is when self-harm started. So I'm going to do a stop-start on the camera to make sure we get all of what I'm about to say. And I'm about to start talking about self-harm and drugs. Just reset the camera. And I wanted to just take a little break from what I'm saying here. And again, remind you about this mindfulness stuff. Because if I'd sat here now and just thought over and over again about how ashamed, I'll say it again, ashamed I was and guilty, how guilty I feel. No amount of life going by and good that I do in the world can ever get that back. I can never go back to being 14 and 15, and I can never go back to that kid and say, buckle up because it's fucking intense and you're going to have to be there for these people. You know, I can't make myself support my mom back then. I can't make myself sit and read to my granddad, which he used to read to me as a kid, and I wish I'd done that. I wish I'd done it. I was never able to say to him, Granddad, I can't understand what you're saying, but you don't need to speak. Let's just spend time together. You know, I never could say that. You know, I felt embarrassed about, when someone's having a debilitating disease, they end up losing control of their function as well. And, I'm sure that there was this weird embarrassment of the feeling of a burden that, these are just the facts of it. And if I sit here and talk about that over and over again and remind myself of how guilty I felt, and remind myself of the fact that I can't fix that, then I'm just going to feel sad. And I'm, feeling sad talking about it. And it's okay to feel sad, but I can't spend my whole life locked in that moment, because life literally goes on, not for him, but for me. And I know for him, especially for him, he wouldn't want me to be locked in that moment. So I'm saying this now. There's a picture of my granddad up there, smiling. I put it up there. And this is what you've got to do in depression. Right now, I'm looking at that picture of him smiling at me while I'm talking about these things, and I'm feeling it. But I've got to hold on to that feeling. I've got to feel it. It's like a ball of burning black. I can't explain how it feels. If you know it, you know it. And I've got to hold it and feel it and let it drift and dissipate and let it dissolve. Let it dissolve. I've got to let it dissolve. And I can distract myself by thinking about something else and move forward. I can always go back to it. It's always going to be there, as we just saw when I did this bit of reading off my notes. It can hijack me at times. And it's there. But it's there. Not here, the now, all the time. It's not a hat that I wear. It's not a... it's... I'm going to talk about scars because we're about to talk about self-harm. It's not a fresh wound. It's had time to scar over. And I'm using the word scar over, not heal. It's had time to scar over. And I can go back to it. But it's important that we move forward. Certainly in this video, because otherwise I'm just going to keep talking about that, aren't I? So I had a little break from what I was talking about to explain some of these feelings and how you can realise them, recognise them. Don't try and ignore them like I did when I was 14. Recognise it, allow it to dissolve, deal with it, move forward. And if it doesn't dissolve straight away, then like a fresh wound, it might need to be covered and cleansed and left alone for a while until you come back to it. But, it's not, life is not about holding on to that. My dad used to say to us when we were kids, if you've got to do something horrible, just get on and do it. If you've got to grab a stinging nettle, grab the nettle and just grab the nettle. You know, don't stand there for 10 minutes worrying about the stings and how they're going to feel. Grab the nettle, and once you've grabbed it, then the stings go away after a while. You know, you don't still have hurty hands the next day. So it's not as bad as you thought it might be, but the waiting is worse than the grabbing. I used to think, why the fuck have I got to grab nettles? Can't I pick flowers? But no, in life, you can't always pick flowers. Sometimes you have to grab the nettles. And so it's like that. So yeah, I got a bit off course here. What's important now is that self-harm comes into the story. And so what I felt back then was this pain, this hurt, this ache. These are words that describe physical feelings, but we relate them to depression and to sadness, but they're not the same. You know, we don't really have the same. They're just the best way of explaining it, and they're not perfect. But I had this feeling, you know, this depression, this thing, this standard feeling of depression. By now, my standard 5 had probably dropped to a 4 at standard. I had greasy hair, I had spots, I was a teenager, I didn't have a car, I wasn't a big, strong man. I had failed to protect my family. I'd failed to live up to the man of the house role. My mom and I had a dysfunctional relationship. There was lots of arguing. There was lots of telling me I wasn't doing the things that I was supposed to be doing. And I knew I wasn't doing them and I wasn't going to do them. There was lots of back and forth arguing with my dad, especially around my newfound fashion sense and hairstyle. And like sometimes I wore nail varnish and that went down badly. All this stuff was going on, and then smoking weed, like I said, that I started doing when I smelled of it, when I'd been doing it at the park or whatever. There was hell to pay. You know, you can't really hide these things and you get in loads of trouble, and there was this constant conflict. And I discovered self-harm. I was at a party. I must have been 16, probably, because we had started drinking by then. So drinking comes into the story later as well, but you know, it was normal as a teenager in our country to start drinking a bit younger than 18, and it was just a bit of fun. So I wasn't alcoholic back then, and I wasn't using it to get off my head in the same way. We all just did a bit of drinking. It wasn't like a deliberate attempt to get so smashed as to not be able to think about things. And I was smoking weed for that, to deal with that feeling, to change my feelings. So I didn't use drink for that. I just, at parties, and at this one party, we'd been drinking or whatever, and I think it was a bravado thing. Someone was doing something with a hot knife, or like burning knuckles, or we used to do card games where if you get the forfeit and they'd hit your hands with the cards and give you raps and stuff like that, you know, boys' school stuff. So this hot knife was being used as this forfeit device, I think, and it burnt. So I got a burn on my knuckle. And it was like, we weren't fucking mental, use the word mental then, in the talk about depression, you know, hello, terminology. We weren't going around striping each other in the face, okay? It wasn't that hectic, but it was just like a little tss on your knuckles as a penalty, as a forfeit for losing the game, whatever. And when this happened to me, it was like the sting in the nettle thing. I was more afraid of the idea that I was going to get burned than the actual feeling of getting burned. When I got burned, it didn't feel that bad. In fact, it was a pain. It was a searing pain. And I had my knuckle clenched, ready for it. And I was in control. The best way I can describe it is that I had my hand clenched into a fist and I was holding that pain. I was holding it while it was done. A bit like people when they get a tattoo, I imagine. I've got tattoos now, so I don't have to imagine. It's exactly like that. You know it's going to happen. You grit your teeth and you get on with it, like the way you should when you have an injection or whatever. And I just discovered this pain, and that I was holding the pain. And there was some relief in the fact that I was in control. Because in all my life up to this point, the things that had made me most depressed is the lack of control, doing things that other people wanted me to do, living the life the way other people said I should be living it, living up to an expectation, and my granddad being taken away from me tragically through a sad disease, and him being one of the best people. do you know what? I haven't even touched on the fact my dad had cancer when I was a kid. When my parents went through this divorce, at the end of it all, my dad got cancer and he survived, but at one point we were told he was going to die. Maybe that's a different video, but he didn't die. He survived and he got over it, like, quite remarkably, to be honest. But throughout all this disruption, it's been happening like chaotically around me. The divorce and all this, it was chaos. But suddenly, the thing that was the worst out of the chaos, the hurt, the pain, the fear, was suddenly something that I was in control of, even if only for a brief moment. Whilst other people really didn't want to get burned, I just didn't care. In fact, I sort of enjoyed it. So I burned my knuckles a further 2 or 3 times. I cut them as well. I experimented with cutting at that stage. But the sharpness of the cut wasn't as preferable to me as the burn. The burn has... I don't want to talk it up. If you're a self-harmer like me, then I don't want to promote this to you. But I felt that there was something special in that. The fact that it took time to heal as well, and you left with a blister, and that in itself is also painful. I don't know, yeah. The searing heat. The burn. So I started burning myself, and I did it as a reaction to the things that made me feel most depressed. So at that party, it was just a one-off thing. But then the next time I felt really unhappy, it would probably been an argument with my mom, or a telling off from my dad because of school, or whatever it was. I got into tensions all the time and whatever. Whenever, there was something that I'd done that was wrong and I got told off about, I'd just burn myself. I think I used to do it on my arm. Yeah, I know I did. I've got scars on my arm. I used to burn myself on my arm. And because I was smoking weed and cigarettes at that time, and that was naughty as well, I'd use them to create the burns. So they weren't as... like a hot knife that you press against your skin briefly is gone. But with a cigarette, they don't just immediately extinguish. Like, the knife is getting cold from the minute you take it off the heat, but the cigarette's hot, like, the whole time. So I sort of stepped up my burning to cigarettes. And I used to get these blisters on my arm and hide them, of course. And then I've got to talk about this because it's important. It's part of the story. But I was on, with fencing, I used to go on these school trips. Not school trips, fencing trips. So as part of the British fencing team, we'd go to Germany and compete. Again, I was very lucky, and where did the money come from? My parents paid for it. Fencing was always positive. My coach didn't know I was self-harming. He was helping me with lots of things like keeping on track. He probably knew we were smoking and tried to bust us sometimes. But the most important thing in his way of mentoring us was not to be the opposition. He wasn't the establishment, the school. So if he caught us smoking, it wouldn't be the same sort of punishment as the school. Once we were running around and, like, instead of doing the run, we were hiding behind this building and having a cigarette and then pretending we'd done this whole run. And he was there waiting for us when we went to go and hide. And like, we were shocked and in the shit, but he didn't sort of fully go mental. He just said, like, run the run and do it twice. And then when we came back, he said, you might as well carry on. And we just didn't want to argue. We were like, I'm going to keep running rather than facing up to this massive punishment for smoking that I'm about to get. But the punishment never came. And it was the punishment. Do you know what I mean? Anyway. So we went on this fencing trip and we were in Germany. And some of these other lads weren't from my school. And I was younger than them all. And this sort of... I think some of the older lads didn't really respect me for being in the group like my school friend older lads did, because they hadn't seen me or experienced me. They just thought I was a little kid in the group. What was I doing with them? And no, I wasn't bullied, but I was certainly at the bottom of the hill, the bottom of the ladder. I used to get the shit, basically. And we were out in this. We got really drunk, and I couldn't take it because I was only sort of 16. And we got really drunk in this bar, and they were teasing me. They said, if you can burn through a banknote on the back of your hand, then you can keep the banknote. And the joke is that the banknotes were made of cotton or whatever, so you can't burn through it. But I kind of knew this, and I knew they were taking the piss out of me because, trying to get me to do it, trying to make me burn myself like an idiot. But you know what? I thought, fuck you. I'm going to show you. I was really drunk. But I've never really told this story like this either. I was doing it not to burn through the note and to win the note, but just to show them that I would burn my hand with a cigarette until the cigarette was done, and then we can light another one and start again, because fuck you, I can take it. And it was a response to the bullying culture and to the idea of, that's how you break in. I'm going to sound stupid here, but that's how that's how you break into the gang, isn't it, in a way? It's how you win the respect. It's not, if you're listening to this, that's not a good way to do it. I don't know, I was just confused, wasn't I? But I'm not here to say, I'm hard. Like, if you get in a fight with me, I'm not definitely going to win because I can take a beating. But I can fucking take a beating because I spent my whole life taking a beating, and I've spent my whole life putting up with it and knuckling down and gritting my teeth and getting on with it. And sometimes it's been mental and sometimes it's been physical. And I'm not here to say my parents hit me. Oh, what a terrible childhood. My parents did hit me, yeah, but not like brutalized and beaten, but just that was how they thought was right to reprimand a child and young teenager. And it got to the point where they couldn't do it anymore, and then there was issues, discipline, whatever. I've spent my childhood taking this beating, physical and metaphorical. And not, don't diss my parents. They're lovely people. They didn't go around beating me up for no reason. It was when I was naughty. And I was naughty a lot. But yeah, so I burned myself as a sort of chin out. It's not bravado. It's not like fake bravery. It was as a sort of statement of strength, in a way, I guess. And that's how I've always felt this self-harm is. It's weird because when you're at your most depressed and sad and fragile, it's this statement of strength that I can take it. I can take it. I can dish it out to myself. I never bullied anyone else. I was never into doing that. I used to feel sad and I didn't want to pass that on to other people. I didn't want other people to feel sad in the ways I felt sad. I never bullied people, but I just wanted to show the bullies, bring it on. If you think that if you think that twisting my arm around and beating me and kicking my out the chair because you're the bigger lad or whatever, if you think that's gonna make me sad, then let's start burning ourselves. I don't know. I think I've explained that enough now, and I'm laughing about it, which is silly, but I did it. And I had these big burns on the back of my hand. And so when I came home, because I'd done that when I was drunk, I didn't try and hide it or anything. In fact, I wasn't trying not to hide it. When I came home, my parents saw these and there was like more trouble. It was that weird trouble where they're trying to help you, but they don't really know what's wrong. I told them I'd done it for a bet and that, it wasn't bullying. It was to win the money. And, I was told off about it in a way, but made to feel like, are you sure everything's all right? And of course, fine, everything's fine. And everything wasn't fine, but that was how it was. So I was a self-harmer, and I learned how to burn myself, and that I enjoyed it. And I don't do that for enjoyment. I don't wake up in the morning and think, oh, what a lovely day, let's burn myself and get a high. It wasn't like that. It was a response to the worst things in my life happening. I started burning myself. I started using marijuana to escape reality. And I started burning myself. I wasn't really into smoking cigarettes. It was just something that we did because we were naughty. And I've only kept it on as a habit because of marijuana, which we'll come on and talk to in a bit. So that was that. That was that. And then school finished. All of a sudden, fencing, the thing that I loved most, my place that I could succeed, was attached to school. It was a school fencing club. I hit 16, I got my GCSEs. Thankfully, I got them all. I got 2 A's, 6 B's, 4 C's and 2 A stars. I didn't do any work, didn't do any coursework or revision. I did the bare minimum just to scrape by because I didn't care. I wasn't interested. And so when it came to staying on at school, I could have stayed on and done my A-levels. They told me if I got a D, I wouldn't be allowed to come back. Waggy finger, you know, knowing full well that I would definitely fail some of my GCSEs because I'm not applying myself. But I showed them, because again, you know, fucking show you. And I got straight A to C. And they were forced to offer me a place at the school. And I could tell they didn't want to offer me the place, and I didn't want the place. I didn't want to stay in there for another 3 years under the, you know, the regime. I wanted to let my hair literally down and get pierced and live a bit, you know. And I felt that if I'd been at a place where academia had not required me to close down my personality, I might have been more academically successful. But in the end, I decided to go to a college, my local college, where you could do all those things. You could dress how you want, and you know, there was no uniform, and it was a mixed environment again, because I was a boys' school, remember. And it seemed like the right thing to do. You know, I felt that I might even get my work done there. But I picked A-levels just because I had to, because I wanted to go to the college. Because if you didn't, then your parents, like for me, there wasn't this other option. It was like, you must go and get A-levels. And I appreciate the reasons. You know, I appreciate that. But that's what happened. I made that choice. And it was a choice of, like, one choice. Little conversation break here. I just noticed it is 11:15. It's a Sunday, so I've got to keep doing this until I'm finished, because I can't. Tomorrow's Monday, and then, you know, this won't be set up like this, and it'll be different, and I'll never get it finished. I've got to keep doing it, so I'm going to do it. Going to keep going. And I've just given the dog a little chewy, so if you can hear any funny noises in the background, that's the dog chewing. Like that. Important point here as well. This summer, before I went to college, was a big summer, an important summer. You know, when you're 16 or 17, when you're about that age, you start to get a bit more independent. Your parents allow you that independence. And, you know, it's a big summer. It's an important summer. It's a big summer. But for me, there are a couple of key points. One is that because of fencing, in summer we used to do fencing training camp, and I went to Poland. Sounds really weird. I went to Poland for 6 weeks in the summer. So whilst all my other friends were like, you know, living their lives and letting their hair down, and the summer before big school starts, you can go to the festival and, you know, whatever. Well, they were all sort of doing that. I was forced, not forced, I wanted to. I enjoyed it. But I went and trained for 6 weeks in a foreign country. Really interesting experience. You know, this is before before the wave of immigration in the UK from those Eastern European countries. Before that, I was out in Poland meeting Polish people and enjoying it. So for me, that summer, it is part of depression, because there were things that I wanted to do that I wasn't doing. And there were some times in Poland, you know, we were staying in this like dormitory, and I was fencing training, and we're in a foreign country, and basically it was training every day. I don't know, there's something I got a bit homesick, I guess, at times, and I wasn't always happy, because I'm not always happy, am I? So it was harder for me in some ways. And I did, again, there's this story popped up. I'd got a bit bullied by, not really strongly bullied, but I was one of the youngest kids on the trip. And so again, like shit slides downhill, I'd be the small one that was on the end of the beating stick from some of the other lads. Once there was this fence, and there was this dog on the other side of the fence, and it was going mad. And we all, like, they found it more funny than I did, I guess. And what they did was they tied my hair, because I had grown my long hair by then. They tied my hair, literally hair tied up to the fence, so that the dog was going mad, and I was right there tied to the fence. And again, it was one of those moments where I like stuck my chin out and gritted my teeth. And what I did was I just pulled my hair. Thinking about it now, I just pulled all my hair out. You know, I just pulled my head away, and they were like quite shocked that I'd done this because there was a chunk of my hair attached to the fence. But you know, can't get me. And the boy that had done it, like the main bully, one of the oldest and biggest boys. He had a bad knee, which I knew he had because, you know, fencing training and sport training. I knew he had this bad knee that was troubling him. And also, I wasn't going to be able to reach his jaw. So I kicked him so fucking hard in the knee. I'm laughing about it now. I got beat up. Like, I didn't win that fight. But he didn't pick on me after that. And I know it sounds stupid and it sounds like one of those cliched stories. And I never thought, my dad always used to say to me, go and punch them and, you know, stand up for yourself. And I never liked to be in fights and I never wanted to be involved in violence. But it seemed like a string too far to tie me to that fence and stuff. So that happened out there. And I felt depressed about that. You know, I felt lonely. Yeah. But hey, so that happened. And I went back. I was going to go to the college. And so I did go to Reading Festival that year with my mates. Some of life had passed me by. Some, you know, the girl I really liked had gone out with a different boy and stuff like that. But I got to go to Reading Festival with my mates, and that was a life-changing experience because this self-destructive element of my personality had taken form by then. This attitude of, I don't care, so you can't hurt me. The burning myself, the tearing my hair off the fence, the kicking the bully. I'd put myself in the firing line. I'd put my head on the block, and if I thought it was right and I thought it needed saying, I'd fucking say it. And it would always, you know, it'd be me that I get in trouble at school for saying things to teachers or whatever because I just felt like it should be said, and then I'd be in trouble, wouldn't I? You know, I can't win, but I'd be happy to put myself on the firing line or whatever. And in Reading, in the music festival, I was able to lose myself. I enjoyed smoking weed with my friends and watching the bands. And I took my very first acid. Took one tab or half a tab. I think it was half a tab. I think me and my friend shared it. And it did make me trip a bit, and it was just fun. And I was just on a rampage. Rampage is the best word for it. I can't tell you exactly what happened the entire time, but I definitely had loads of fun. I didn't sleep all night. At one point, I was stood in a fire and I set myself on fire by accident. But I was just like, I just stood in the fire. Just stood in the fire. And then obviously got put out and was like, what the fuck? And I did think, what the fuck, man? Like, I was on fire then. Literally, like, not in a good way. And then for the remainder of the festival, the last day, I had to wear these trousers that were all burned because I didn't take any change of clothes. And yeah, it was like a major big blowout, rampage. Enjoyed it. Went home, slept for a day. I wished I could just be back there. Yeah, Reading Festival, and that's where I started being in this band because these friends that I went to the festival with, they were in a little band. They needed a bass player. One of the other depressing things from my childhood, my good friends that I watched those videos with and, you know, was close to secondary school, the mates that I used to do the sleepovers and hang out with the most, they started a band and I wasn't in it. I thought that was cold of them. I thought that was cold. They could have had me as the drummer, but they had someone else instead. And I wasn't as good a drummer as him. But it shouldn't have mattered. It should have been about friendship and being in a band together. But for them, even at that tender age of 13 or 14, it was more important that your musical, like the musical ability. So, yeah, they're not still in that band, of course, but it did mar our friendship in a way. I never told them, but I always felt like left out. But these lads at Reading Festival, my mates, and they were in a band, and I was going to join their band. So that was brilliant. When I got to college, secondary, we're on to college now, and we're talking about this. When I got to college, I was depressed, but I was in a band, and I felt cool. We played a gig in the first week, and so everyone at college knew who I was. They'd seen me at this gig, and I was making friends. And it was weird because like when you first walk into the new college and everyone's in we called it the refectory, the canteen. Everyone's in the canteen and you're like, oh, I don't know any of these people, but whoever it was, they'd be like, oh, hi, you were in that band. Like there's already a start point, you know, and I already felt that, or they felt that they knew something of me, you know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it other than that. It was just very positive, very positive. So I enjoyed my first year of college, being in the band, playing gigs, scraping by with my college work, but you know, doing enough, getting stoned, maybe getting too stoned. Sometimes toward the end of the first year, I started drifting away from classes, getting too stoned. And then there was another serious problem. At this point, my home life was fractious and argumentative. My mom was like on my case about stuff. My dad was on my case about stuff. My sister had started growing up and becoming naughty. Just like me, my sister was into the same music, the same rebellion. She smoked like I did. In fact, she smoked, and she was naughty as well. So, you know, we were both like team naughty, and we used to do that together. You know, we used to hang out together. At midnight, we'd tape up all the door of her bedroom, and we'd smoke out the window together. You know, so we were on team naughty together. So home life was really difficult. There was always an argument. There was always a problem. Always an issue. Can't tell you exactly what it was. You know, it was just a day-to-day, mundane shouting match all the time. And I stopped seeing my dad at that point because he wanted to stop seeing us. It was basically that simple. We were naughty. To cut a long story short, he went on holiday and I had a key to his house, so he went there and had a little party. It wasn't a massive deal, you know, it wasn't a big issue. It was literally 6 or 7 people sat around in the lounge, but he discovered this had happened and saw it as a huge effect. He thought we'd broken in and done heroin, which we hadn't. I had a key and I didn't do any heroin. But he went over the top. He got this weird idea in his head, so I was like excommunicated from his life. You know, we weren't a family anymore. The dog now wants to go out. Oh, fuck. See that? I just bashed my face with the headphones. Why don't you cry about it? Okay. Like, I hope I'm not going to get immediately distracted now. The dog's about to come back in. Oh, it can't be one of those videos where I have to put up with dog claws on the floor for the next hour. But yeah, my relationship with my dad broke down completely then. Stopped seeing each other. I didn't want to talk to him. He made it clear he didn't want to talk to me. And that really depressed me, of course. But I didn't, at the same time, I was part of the conflict. You know, I was fighting my corner. And so whilst it made me unhappy the way he behaved, I was also in direct opposition with him. So I was also happy not to talk to him because I can't make him behave the way I want him to. And I'm not going to stop being me. So at least I didn't have the constant bitching, if that makes sense. Like not the pressure, because I knew how he felt and, you know, pressure or whatever, but the idea of the control, the attempted discipline or whatever, I didn't have any of that anymore. So that was helpful in a way, but of course I felt depressed about the breakdown in my relationship with my father. But I still had self-harming, didn't I? So, and I was a proper gothic band member, you know, rock and roller. There's the cat now. And I was a band member and rock and roller, so it all fitted. But, you know, it all went together, all this stuff. And actually, I say the word fitted. I had my first fit then. I drank myself into such a state on a fencing trip. We always did go out for a beer after the competition. The lads were all older than me. They're legally allowed to drink. And I just drank myself into such a state. And I drank myself into such a state at this one place that after we got back off the plane, I had a fit at the airport. You know, probably self-created. But I did. I had this like epileptic fit. It was bad. And I felt like that. I felt like a self-destruct mechanism was taking shape in some way, that there was a romance to it, that I'd been scarred by these events, and my reaction to the events of being the divorce, the death of my granddad, the restrictive, aggressive discipline of my father, my mother's imbalance, her upset and anger at the situation. You know, these things all together had led to me feeling, in the words of Kurt Cobain, I hate myself and I want to die. I remember seeing that as a quote and just thinking, you know what, it's kind of how I feel. I wasn't the way I wanted to look. I couldn't play the instruments that well. You know, I wasn't some cool rock god. I was a teenage dirtbag before the song even existed. And I felt depressed about it all. I didn't think that I was going to get the girl and, you know, win the money. I just thought I just was that rock and roll self-destruct mechanism, quite happy to get really drunk and smoke some weed and then, you know, experiment with an acid maybe. And like I said, there's a romance and a glamour to it as well. I could see myself. I remember, this is a weird way to describe it, but I remember being at that sort of age and seeing the people scarred by life, you know, seeing these rock icons that had lived that difficult life, and thinking, you know, one day I wish I had the scars, or one day I want to have the stories or whatever, you know. Those people that are haggard by life, I could see myself becoming them, but only if I went down this self-destructive path. So I kind of knew it was happening, but I was enjoying the self-destruction. The rock and roll is that, isn't it? It's an abandonment of the sense of security, because I'd already lost that. I didn't feel secure, as I've explained. And just a dive into the whirlpool, you know? I don't know how to explain it other than that, but you kind of know what I mean, don't you? I'm sure you do. So that's what I wanted to do, and that's what I was starting to do. I was in a band. I started college. What have we written here? Right, next step. No, you're going to have to stop because I'm doing this talking. An important point of order, and I'm sorry if I'm getting a bit confused and distracted and this isn't coming out as like a really free-flowing story. I'm finding it a lot easier than I thought I would once I've got started, so that's good. At least we're doing it. Important point of order here. An important point of order here is that fencing started to drift away, but not before I learned my most important lesson, and that's the poem If. So we're going to do a little break here now, before I tell you about the next things that happened. At the moment, I'm a teenager. I'm about 15. No, I'm not. I'm 16. I'm gone to college. I'm 16 and 17 and finding all those things that you have to do to become a grown-up very, very difficult. And actually kind of rejecting those values and going down a self-destructive path of rock and roll, wannabe stardom. I didn't even want to be a star. I just wanted to be in a band and just do that because that's the thing that made me the most happy. I did my first year of college and I was in that place. That's who I was then. And I went away again for my last summer fencing training that I did. And I learned this really important lesson. It's if. The lesson is if. Sounds weird. It's the poem If. So let's have a little break while we read the poem If. Fencing was fairly serious insofar as I was part of the British team. And so we had a group of coaches at this point. My mentor, David, was very important, like I said. But we also had a physiological coach, a fitness coach. We had a psychologist work with us, like a fencing psychologist. He was a fencer and also a psychologist, so he's brilliant. Dr. Jonathan Katz, he was. And whilst they tried to guide us as young men, you know, generally, it was mainly more specific for sports coaching, the mentality of a winner, the mentality of someone who succeeds. That's basically what they were teaching us. And on this my last summer of fencing training, we talked about the poem If. We talked about the poem If. We did it, like I said, in context of sport, but it's this bigger thing. It's this life lesson that I took on. And what we did was we did it every day we'd be sport training, and then at lunchtime we'd break, we'd eat our lunch, and instead of just messing about and doing whatever, my mentor, my coach David, he'd cut these lines of If, the poem. He'd just 2 lines, and he'd hand it out to everyone, and then for the last half hour of lunch we'd sit and discuss these 2 lines and what they meant to us and how we could use them as motivation to take things forward, and that sort of thing. And it made a big impression on me, and I've always loved this poem, and it means so much to me. And again, it's a lifesaver. If it wasn't for David, if it wasn't for this sort of thing, this thing specifically, I'm sure there's been times where I would have let go of that ladder. But I'm never going to let go. I'm always going to struggle through. Because if you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise, if you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those 2 impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you give your life to broken, and stoop and build them up with worn out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss and lose. It just hijacks me. Art hijacks me, and I feel emotional. But there's more to this. I've got to continue. If you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss and lose and start again at your beginnings and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they're gone, and so hold on when there's nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings and nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds, I'm bubbling at my lips. Just had to edit because I think I did a bubble out my lips. If you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son. And he says that, but he actually edited, my fencing coach edited that to say, and which is more, you'll be grown, my child, I think, because he wasn't sexist. But we broke this down line by line and talked about it in these little rhyming couplets, and I might do that in another video. But I want to just pick on a couple of bits here that obviously made me emotional. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, what does that mean, you know? We all have to dream, don't we? And we all think. And with depression, a lot of it is thought. It's in your head. It's mental illness. It's suffering mentally. Dream and not make dreams your master. Think and not make thoughts your aim. It's talking about how important it is to dream and to think, but how much more important it is to take another step. To not make dreams your master and to not make thoughts your aim means to do something else, to do something. If you just think about it and thoughts are your aim, all you ever do is think, and you never get anywhere, do you? And that's important. You know, sometimes it is important to think, and we've got great scholars and psychologists and whoever, but there's only so much that thinking can do. Action can do that next step. So making thoughts your aim is kind of restrictive, isn't it? It's just, you're only going to think, you're never going to do. And I think that's part of depression, is you get caught in this thought trap and it holds you back from the doing. So that's important to me. Is I am a dreamer, I am a thinker, and I've got to try and remember to not make thoughts my aim. If you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two imposters just the same, they're imposters? What does that mean? They're fakes? Triumph? Disaster? Well, yeah, they're part of the wave. Remember earlier I said about waves? They're the highs and the lows. And to treat the two imposters the same, we talked about this in a sporting context, triumph and disaster, to win and to lose, and to treat that the same. That sounds silly. You're different when you win and you lose, but when you beat someone, you don't go over to them and go, hey, you fucking loser, you dickhead, and I beat you. You're gallant in victory, and you're sportsmanlike and humble, because you know how hard it has been to get where you are. And the person that you're competing with has put in probably just as much effort, and you recognise what it is. So you don't look down on them, even though you win, though you're triumphant. You don't look down on other people. And when you lose, you don't hate your opposition. You don't think, what a dick he is for beating me. And you don't kick the wall and smash all your stuff. In the same way as when you win, you don't smash all your stuff. You treat it the same. Take it in your stride. Smooth the wave pattern. Be a bit more steady. That's important when we talk about depression. It's important. And I should have got emotional about watching the things you gave your life to broken and stoop and build them up with worn out tools. But I get emotional at if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss and lose and start again at your beginnings and never breathe a word about your loss. I'm not so good at breathing the words. I'm not so good about not talking about it. I mean, we can talk about it. That's what this video is for. But I came 41st in the world at the World Championships because I lost. I got beat. I didn't get beaten. I could have beaten the other guy, but I lost. Never. Always annoys me. But it talks about making a heap of all your winnings, because up to that point, the World Championships was the most important thing. And I risked everything by fighting that fight and losing. And then you have to start again, don't you? You can't just say, right, that's it for fencing. I'm never going to do it again. For me, I did drift away, but we'll talk about that in a minute. But there's lots of times in life where you have to add up all your victories and then risk it. You might not lose all your money, but take the next challenge and risk loss, and then start again at your beginnings. And I've started again at my beginnings. I've quit school and went to the college, and then I quit the college, and I didn't quit. I went to university. We'll come on to that. And I was a hairdresser in my salon that I built myself, not by brick, but I built the business. I closed that. Risked everything on one turn of pitch and toss. Had a go at it. One turn of pitch and toss. One crack at it. You don't get two tries. You live your life once. And you've got to live your life. You've got to take that risk. All your winnings, one turn of pitch and toss. One go at the game. One crack at it. Take the risk. And if you lose, you start again. And I said you don't get two lives. You've lost that one. But you start again at your beginnings. And you don't breathe a word about your loss. You don't go on and, I lost it and I can't do it. You just get on and have another go. You've got to grit your teeth and keep going. Because if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew, it's sinews the last, you've got your muscles and your strength. Sinew is just the ligaments and the strings, isn't it? If you can it's not talking about forcing your muscles. We were fencing training. We were talking about sport training and getting strong. It's not about forcing your strength. It's to force your heart and your nerve and your sinew, just the ropes holding you together. If you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they're gone, and so hold on when there's nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. Should have said that better, like not crying. And so hold on when there's nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. That's important. That was important back then, and it's important today. When you're down to that last ebb, when all you've got left is your broken heart, your nerves, your shattered nerves, and your sinew, the strings that someone seems to have cut, rendering you a helpless, lifeless puppet. When all you've got is the idea that you're going to force your heart and nerve and sinew, the force, when all you've got, when there's nothing in you except the will that says hold on, when that's all that's left, if you can do that, if you can feel the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, how many seconds are there in a minute? You know, I talked earlier about just 10 seconds. If you can get through 10 seconds, you can get through 20. And if you can get through 20, you can probably do a minute. And if you can do a minute, you can do 10. And if you can do 10 minutes, you're on your way to an hour. And then it's just day by day from there. You know, suffering is hard. But if you can feel the unforgiving minute, not the favourite minute, not the minute in the summertime when you sat on the beach, but if you can feel the unforgiving minute, the difficult minute, the hard time, the hard times, if you can feel those times with 60 seconds worth, that's every second. That's not 10 seconds break here because I'm not going to bother, or I don't feel I can do it, or, you know, if you can put that effort in, and it's not about result, it's 60 seconds worth of distance run. It doesn't say if you can feel the minute by running 100 meters. It's not about how many meters, it's about the effort, the 60 seconds worth of distance. If you can keep moving forwards, even through the hard times. So that made a big impression on me, and you can tell because it's making me emotional. But every time since then, I've been at my weakest, my most fragile, my most broken. I've thought about my heart and nerve and sinew, and told them, hold on. Hold on. Okay. So let's get back to my personal story of depression, because it gets worse. So far, I'm a troubled teenager and I've been burning myself. It doesn't sound like, you know, much, does it? It's just what everyone has to suffer with. And I'm doing something now that a lot of people I know who suffer with mental health problems, a lot of people do this, is we play down our own problems because we know people who have suffered worse. And I say, oh, you know, it's just what every teenager has to suffer with. I don't think every teenager does. Some do. A lot do. A lot in our society these days do. And if you're watching this and you are a teenager, look, it could work out. You could end up a grown-up like me. Don't kill yourself. It's not as bad. You might not end up being me. You might be something better. But seriously, you know, it is hard being a teenager, and most of us find it hard, and that's not wrong. And don't play down your own depression, because yes, somebody else might suffer differently, but regardless of your background and your culture and your financial security or whatever it is, whether your parents do or don't get divorced, whatever it is, whatever's making you unhappy, it's important enough to you to make you unhappy. So it's fair to be unhappy, and don't downplay it. Don't say, well, you know, it's not so bad for me, other people have it worse, so, you know, I'm just going to not do anything about it, not get help or whatever, you know, or to feel guilty for taking help when there's someone else that maybe needs it more. Don't feel like that. You are important. You do deserve this help. And don't demean your own suffering. Don't demean it. Of course, what I've said there, yes, pay attention to other people. And yes, other people suffer. And in all likelihood, if you're able to watch this video, then there's probably someone out there who's suffered worse than you. and me, and I'm not discounting your suffering there either. So yes, take things in perspective as well, of course, but don't do yourself an injustice by discounting your own suffering and pretending that it's not worthy of help, because it is. You are. And I think this is part of my problem, is I think I lost a sense of self-worth. I think probably with my granddad's death and my own feeling of inadequacy and shame and inability to fix the problems in my mom's life, I think I've always felt a lack of self-worth. So I think that's where my problems lie. So yeah, so in college, right, we've got to talk about this now. We've got to talk about drugs, and it's going to be tough. It's going to be a hard thing to talk about on the internet. And I know that if you're watching this, some people have different opinions about these sort of things or whatever. And if you're young and you're watching this, or you haven't tried some of the drugs I'm about to talk about, then don't. Everyone says it. You won't listen to me, do what you like, but I would not advise it. I no longer take any form of chemical narcotic, apart from the ones my doctor just prescribes me. I don't drink alcohol anymore. I still sometimes smoke weed, but if anything, I feel that I want to stop smoking weed. We'll come on to that as well. We'll talk about it. Through this whole story I've told you, I started when I was a teenager, and I've continued it throughout this whole story. So, but yeah, so I took acid at Reading Festival, and I was in a band, and I had loads of fun, and we played gigs and drank beer, but I wasn't a drug user then. I used weed. But after this year, what happened was that the band kicked me out. I wasn't the best bass player in the world. Again, it was my musical ability held me back. My mates kicked me out of the band. I was really disappointed again. I was really depressed. And thankfully I had other friends as well. It wasn't just the band friends that I had, but suddenly I didn't hang around with them anymore because they were off doing the band stuff and I wasn't doing it, and I was depressed and sad. And I had these other friends at college that were good friends of mine too, because of smoking, because I smoked weed. And we got into smoking weed a bit more. I stopped going to my lessons a bit more. And in the second year, I hung around with these people a lot more. And I'm not dissing them. They're not bad people. We've all worked out our lives in different ways. But it was through these people that I started using chemical drugs. I started using ecstasy. At first, I watched them take it, and I was a bit anti-ecstasy. It wasn't the kind of music group that I liked, the music group, the music genre. It was rave music and drum and bass, and I wasn't into that. I was only mates with them through college and smoking, so I wasn't in their social group on that aspect. I was really good friends with them. They did use ecstasy, and so it was through them that I started using ecstasy. And to be honest, when I first took ecstasy, like I said, I investigated it. I watched them take it first, made sure it was safe. So basically, the first time I took it, it was a revelation. I felt amazing. I felt really good. A feeling of love for my friends who were there, but also like a feeling of love. That's what ecstasy does. So, that's how I felt. And I fell in love with the drum and bass music, which suddenly I understood. Because when you're on ecstasy, you want to dance and you want the right music for your mood, and you feel the music in a different way. So I kind of moved away from being this grunge rocker to being a street smart raver, I guess. I used to go to raves. This is before was legally, this is before I was 18. I used to go to the raves, take ecstasy, be off it all night. Off it. And with my self-destructive element, once I'd started doing it, I tested to see if they, I made sure to check that these people weren't dying. So there was obviously some element of me that wasn't completely suicidal. But I didn't feel good about myself, and so I wasn't that afraid. And there's this thing where you start to just, maybe take two, maybe push it a bit. And I wasn't the worst for that. I wasn't the most. I didn't take like 20, but I did push it a bit sometimes with maybe more experimental attitudes of like wanting to see how far I could push it. Took acid as well. In fact, at that point in time, I would have taken pretty much anything because I was experimenting with it. And And I'm not going to make a big list of all the drugs I've done, but if you can imagine a drug, then it's probably on that list. I haven't done methamphetamine, crystal meth. Crystal meth wasn't about then. It wasn't known, wasn't offered. But everything else that's on the list, I've done it. Seriously. And I did it at the weekends, every weekend for about a year. And it's through this that I met this girl who I was in love with. I loved her. I thought I did. I thought I was in love. But I was a bit of a mess. So, to cut a long story, this is already a long story, but to get to the point of this, me and this girl had a difficult relationship. I was scared. I was afraid that I'd lose her. She came from a difficult position anyway, in terms of emotion and background. She didn't have a terrible background in terms of family life, but she'd had some difficulties which made our life difficult. Like, I'm not going to go into details. I'm just going to tell you that it was difficult, and I felt really strongly connected in love. But at the same time, I didn't know what love was back then. I was just confused and sad and lost, and I didn't want to lose her. So, ironically, everything I did to try and not lose her pushed her away more. I was jealous and possessive when I didn't need to be, maybe. I don't know. I tried to work against that. I never tried to be the jealous type. I didn't want to be like that. But, you know, I'd find myself getting infuriated and upset. But she was my girl, you know, and we were like, she was like my first real serious girlfriend who I spent a lot of time with, and I felt really in love with. And to me, love, like I said, I didn't understand it properly. It was a combination of fear of loss or whatever, I don't know. But she took the drugs and we did them together, and so that wasn't constructive. We had some really good times. We had some really bad times, and I'd lost interest in college altogether, lost interest completely, failed my A-levels. So at this point, after this year, I was maybe not as depressed as I had been, because I got this girlfriend, but at the same time, things were starting to fall apart because I was using chemical drugs. And what it does, it's a bit like on this tiles here, brickwork pattern, all the bricks in your mind, you know, your mind bricks, they're all connected by little thin lines of mortar. And the drugs, they kind of chip away at the mortar, so you don't feel like your wall, your mind is being affected. You're okay. You're okay. You know, you've still got your head screwed on, but the little bits of damage, the little chipping away, is being done. And eventually, one day, a brick will fall out, and you'll be like, "Fuck, I'm having a mare." And you don't notice until that day, you know. So for me, that kind of happened. I found drugs to become, rather than a heavenly solace at the weekend, they made the rest of my week a hell. And life was a hell. I was failing college. I was being told that I had to move out of home, and that, you know, and my mom and I didn't have a good relationship with my mom at this point. I was having lots of arguments with her. She was frustrated by my behaviour. Yeah, man, I just went out there. No, I pushed the limits. I took the drugs, the magic mushrooms, the acids, the whatever. I was really into the music, the drum and bass as well. And I got into DJing, and that was really good. My sister did the DJing too. So there were lots of positives as well. I had lots of good times, but this is a video about depression. It's taking over an hour, so we've got to get down to it. I've told you the main bullet points. I took the drugs. And the last year of college, I failed my A-levels. So that meant that all my friends, they all went off and did whatever they were going to do next. Some of them went to uni, some of them didn't, whatever. But they left the college, and thankfully my girlfriend was still there because she was a year younger than me. So I decided to stay on as well and retake my A-levels just so I could be close to my girlfriend. So that was a difficult year because I didn't have as many friends, and, you know, I was just sort of sticking to her because I didn't have much of a plan, I guess. And at the end of that year, I'd scraped enough grades to go to university, and she decided to go to Bristol, so I went to Bristol as well. A mistake in hindsight, who knows, but I went down there in a mad headspace. Mad is a word people bandy around with mental illness, don't they? I shouldn't have used that word, but I was losing it in ways. I was losing it in ways. I think we might have to do a different video to talk about how drugs affect your brain and psychosis. I didn't completely lose it. I didn't completely become psychotic, but I'd always been interested in the psychedelic and the ideas of psychedelia and ghosts and stuff like that. And when you're taking chemical drugs and you're in stressful situations and having arguments or whatever, and life is hard, like the come downs, the reaction to not being on the drugs when you're not on them, it makes life even more turbulent and things affect you even more. And I was burning myself and feeling depressed and all that. And this is when I tried suicide, I think. I think what had happened was my girlfriend had decided to leave me. So I've got to cover this, I've got to talk about it. Just to be... I can see the problem is here now, right? I've got so much stuff to get through and I'm losing my motivation to sit here talking about it. Because it's so long. But I've got to do it. I've got to get through it, because otherwise you're never going to get the end of this video, and I've got to deliver. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take a little break here, and then I'm going to come back and try and talk a bit more about acid experience and drugs and my eventual attempt at suicide. So it's midnight now. It's always midnight. It's always midnight. But it's midnight, and I realise that I'm probably not going to get this finished tonight. So I'm going to hope to leave it set up and follow this up tomorrow morning and do some daytime sitting and talking. But until then, I'm going to give it one last crack at going through this and finishing it tonight. I was using drugs. I was using ecstasy, and before that weed, and following on, with the ecstasy. I was using it to get out of my head and have a good time, to feel good. So I guess I'm lucky in ways that I didn't discover heroin. It didn't appeal to me. It wasn't a party drug. So I never really went down that road, which I'm lucky for. And as well, cocaine wasn't big back then with me and my group. We took ecstasy tablets and acid tabs, magic mushrooms, and we would take other drugs like ketamine or a little bit of cocaine maybe, if they were around, like as an addition. We didn't go out for a night on the cocaine or anything like that. So it was cultural, my drug use. It was definitely related to the culture that I was in. There comes this turning point where you stop going to raves. Like, well, not just me. It wasn't. There's a whole group of us doing it. And some weekends we didn't go to a rave, or we couldn't get to a rave, and we'd sort of put on our own house party. And for me, it was always really important. The music was raw. For me, the music was always really important. I didn't want to take ecstasy and just do whatever. I wanted to listen to drum and bass when I took ecstasy. And for me, these house parties and sleepovers or whatever, where we took drugs, I had the decks. I was on the decks. Music was always still an important part. But I was aware that there was this sort of transition from using the drug at an event, at a rave for a reason, and just using the drug because it's the weekend, And when things got really hard for me, when I was going through this real hard depression, because I was at this point in my life going through real hard depression, like a self-destructive depression, I started using whatever drugs just to feel out of my head, even sometimes in the daytime. And that started to... I recognised it felt weird. It wasn't to do with the drum and bass and the party. It was just because I was just fucking taking a bit of drugs. Oh, God. I never sort of woke up and did drugs, but towards the end of my taking chemical drugs in those years, I did do them in the daytime sometimes, and I just felt wrong. Like I knew I was becoming a proper drug addict because I was doing it in the daytime, But I did. And it was hell. And I just about got through college to get these, A-level retake passes. They weren't very good results, and me and my girlfriend decided to go off to uni. But just before that, I'd basically decided to stop taking chemical drugs. I recognised the problem that I was having. I recognised I was doing it more, and I recognised I was being self-destructive and not being a good person to be around. And at one point I shaved my head, and I had all these cuts on my head because I cut my head when I was shaving it, and I looked like a proper junkie. Even if I wasn't a proper junkie, I just smoked every day, smoked weed every day, and took chemical drugs at the weekends and sometimes in the week. But I was down that road, so I stopped it. I wanted to stop it. But my girlfriend, she didn't exactly want to stop. She enjoyed it, and she enjoyed cocaine as well, where I didn't. So there was this problem in our relationship. And like, it must have been weird for her as well, like for me to suddenly say, we're not doing this. Like, not I'm not doing it, but we are not doing this anymore. Yeah, it must have been difficult. That wasn't the reason we broke up, but that's what happened. And I recognised that I want to talk about these two other elements as well, this psychosis element. Part of it was the weed, part of it was the chemical drugs, part of it was just mental illness, I guess, stress, depression, fear, anxiety. But I developed this anxiety at this time that I was afraid for myself, my physical self. It was that point in time where you enter the world proper as a young adult, and you have to go walking on the streets at night. And, I wasn't physically very big. I'm still not. And at raves and stuff, there were bad boys and whatever. And, it was like a lot to be scared of in ways, in ways. And I didn't feel scared when I was on the drugs at the raves, but coming down off them I was. And I developed these like fear psychoses, like these panic attacks where it'd be nighttime and I wouldn't be able to sleep. Long since, like I said, when I was a child, I stopped sleeping. So I got into this like anxious pattern of standard level anxiety day to day, anxious about my physical safety, and the fear of failing and what was going to happen next in my life and why I wasn't going to make it and all this business. Anxious for that. But I used to have these like panic attacks at night where I couldn't sleep. I'd be arming myself like with a hammer or something, barricading my door, scared people were going to try and break in and hurt me for some reason. I had my reasons for thinking they would. They're going to sound silly, I'm not going to go through them because they're personal to the people that were in my life at the time, like a girlfriend's ex-boyfriend or something like that, and I used to build these like worries in my mind and worry about them, and my heart would be going and I'd be panicking. That happened as a result of the drug use and whatever. Not just a result of the drug use, but of all the other things in my life too. And another thing that I used to do is I was experimenting with psychedelia and the ideas of the unseen and the psychic, ghosts and stuff like that. Long story short, there had been sightings of ghosts in the house that I lived in, reported by the people who lived there before. And I kind of just wanted to test it, to experiment with like taking acid and going on ghost hunt essentially. And I think one of the problems with things like that is that whilst you might not find any definite answers, you push your mind into areas of belief or suspended belief or questioning or experimentation or whatever, but you put your mind in these places that make it vulnerable to psychosis, make it vulnerable to strange ideas, and make it hard to know what to believe. Some nights you think you've found some cosmic ultimate truth, and other nights you think you've seen something that scares you to your wits. But yeah, so that process of experimentation and that experimental mindset was not healthy. It wasn't healthy to be doing that. If I'd have grounded myself in reality more at that time in my life, in reality, in the real day-to-day things, whether ghosts exist or not, it's not relevant to my day-to-day activities, is it? Do you know what I mean? So if I'd have just kept my head grounded more, it would have helped. And the deliberate attempt to put my head in some other kind of space, a deliberate attempt to push myself into a place that could be described as psychotic, That was a mistake, but it happened. So at some point during that, I'm not going to sit here and say I believe in ghosts, because I don't now. I believe in the afterlife and I believe in the unseen, but I don't think that back then I was communicating with the dead, but I thought back then that maybe I could. Maybe, you know. I wasn't discounting it as an idea. So when I heard things, voices, hallucinations, of course I was taking hallucination-inducing drugs. And then when I had the mental instability following that, like a breakdown, and hearing things that weren't there, hallucinating myself without drugs, sometimes I didn't think I'm losing it. I thought I'm finding it. Do you know what I mean? I don't know if you do know what I mean by that, but that was a dangerous place to be in because I wasn't grounded. So at this time in my life, my girlfriend wanted to split up with me. Quite rightly too, because I probably wasn't very much fun to be around. But I couldn't handle it. I couldn't do her walking away. And I was a mess anyway, I was a mess. But very selfishly, I told her that if she left, like quite free to leave, but if she left, then I'd probably kill myself. And I told her that because it was the truth. So she did leave. It wasn't like just if you do this, I will do this. Okay, then bye. No, but she did leave. She took all her stuff and she left. And shamefully again, what I did was, and this is the truth, and it's hard to talk about on the internet, but I'm just going to do it. What I did was I got wires, like back then every TV had wires that you plug in the back, and your computer game, I guess your computer games still have wires, don't they? But those sort of wires that you plug into tellies and all that, I got those wires and cables, I guess you could call them, and I wound them around the light fitting in my bedroom. So the light fitting that was attached to the ceiling, and I pulled it, tested it, and I sort of made a very simple noose out of the wire. And I know how to make, to wind it properly so it would tighten up and strangle me properly. But I was naive. I didn't realise that to properly... I shouldn't give... I'm not giving you a tip guide here, but really... I bumped the microphone. But really, you should be trying to break your neck, not just choke yourself to death. I didn't, whatever. I didn't make it any set length. It was short. And I stood on this box thing, plastic. It was green plastic box that you stand on. Not that you, what am I saying? That you use to keep things in. Like a storage box. I stood on it, and I put my head in the noose, and I waited till I could hear a car driving away. I think that's what I could hear her on the drive, or something outside. And I just thought, this is it. I did feel that, deeply distressed when she left. I thought I got nothing in my life, that everything was falling apart. My school was going nowhere. I wasn't going to get to uni properly. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't, whatever. But I didn't know what I wanted to do. I just knew I wanted to be with this girl, and that she didn't want to be with me because I was destructive. We were destructive. Life, was destructive. The drugs I found that I enjoyed were actually destructive. I just wanted to end it. I didn't, I was that depressed. So I kicked the box away and stepped off it, and I was choking. And I have never felt anything like that in my life since. No, I don't think I've ever felt like that since. It was like I used to have these panic attacks, and I was having one then. Yeah, I was having one, and I didn't want to die. I did not want to die, and I think this probably is the same for most people who try and commit suicide. Is that whilst you're in the act, maybe you're not thinking, but at some point you might think, I don't want to die. Naturally your body kicks into this survival mechanism. And I think, some people, if they jump off a building or a bridge or something like that, I think, what would it be like to be halfway down and realise that you don't want to die? At least with the methods, like some suicide methods, I don't know how to explain this, because I know people who've killed themselves by using drugs, and I know people who've killed them. I know someone who's killed himself by hanging. So, I'm lucky that I got a respite. That I was able to hang there for some minutes and not die immediately. That it wasn't a one-way ticket. That once I kicked that box away, it wasn't instant. It wasn't a gunshot, because I'd be dead. I would have shot the gun. I'd be dead. And I wouldn't want that now. I don't want to be dead back then. I did back then, but I don't want to be now. Does that make sense? And what happened was that she'd forgotten some bag or something, and she came back in the room. Like, she had enough time to sort of come back in the house. And when she walked through the door, at this point, I was trying to get free, and I wasn't able to do it. I'd managed to get like a finger in there or something. Maybe I'd done some pulling of the light fitter to try and hold myself up, take the pressure off, but I couldn't hang on there that long. And so she lifted me up with my legs and took the weight off, and that allowed me the time to use my hands to get the thing off my neck. And obviously she didn't leave then. She stayed. Which was awful, because it meant she was staying because I was going to kill myself. And that's no reason to stay in a relationship, is it? And it was never going to work. But I don't know. I don't know now. I didn't know then. I just wanted her to cuddle me. That's what I wanted. And that's what I had after that suicide attempt. So I wasn't happy, but that's what I wanted, and I had it. So I guess I was happy. I don't know. I wasn't happy, and I'm glad I'm not dead. So please don't try and commit suicide. It's not worth it. It really is not. If you're suffering, it's better to suffer and keep going, because there might be something good come of it. But if you kill yourself, definitely that's the end. Nothing else is going to happen. You don't know what's coming in the future. If you found this through my ASMR work, then imagine if I'd killed myself back then when I was 17. I was 18 then, I think, 17 or 18. Imagine if I'd done that. You wouldn't have ever seen any of my videos. And if you're thinking you're that depressed that you might kill yourself, imagine that in 10 years' time you've made a YouTube channel and, something that you never could have dreamed of. I didn't understand what ASMR, I didn't have YouTube back then. You don't know what's going to happen, so don't kill yourself. If you have to suffer, feel that unforgiving minute, 60 seconds worth of distance run. Hold on, your earth and your nerve and sinew, hold on. So, but it gets worse. For me, at least, it got worse before it got better. So I'd been pushing myself into a psychotic area in my mind, and I was having these panic attacks. And one of the things that I used to have panic attacks about was I used to have these panic attacks that my next door neighbour was having like a domestic violence situation, and that they were in fear, and not just in fear, in danger, and I could hear this violence, and that it was potentially going to spill over into me because I was the one that could hear it. It didn't exist, I don't think. I think it was purely in my head, but I was scared. And I used to stay awake being scared and listening to this hallucination. Yeah, that used to happen. And the acid, the LSD, they talk about, flashbacks. They talk about flashbacks. And I don't know if what I experience is a flashback, but sometimes I would experience, like when you're on acid, it's so hard to explain this, but when you're on acid, I can do it with the camera. Sorry for all the coughing. What happens when you're on acid sometimes, one of the hallucinations I used to get was it was like the contrast was being turned up, the exposure was being turned up, and the darkness was being turned down. And this would come on in a wave, in like a throb, much like breathing in and breathing out. It's funny, coming back to waves, talked about waves all the way through this, and I will, all the way to the end. And this wave, this throb of the contrast coming and going in like the real world being hazed out into something that was more immediate. It wasn't something I was seeing, it was more in my, like just behind my eyes. This warping of reality in this way. And when I used to trip hallucinations of like the table growing and shrinking, like a zoom on a lens, like a slow creep in and creep out. It's this warping of reality. It's not something new that you've never seen before appears in your view, like a frog appears on the table, but the table is just smaller and bigger at the same time as you breathe in and out. It's weird. And this contrast, this light and dark contrast, this trip out of light and dark contrast, I used to get that. And I used to get it when I wasn't on acid, like when I was having my panic attacks. So I think there was probably a connection between the acid and the panic attacks. And also, so they call that flashbacks, I think. I don't know if that's a flashback of acid or just something that happens, but I get that sometimes, that experience. And there was one important thing that happened with the acid that I have to talk about, is that at this time in my life, I was crap with money. I was terrible. One of my friends gave me a load of weed, like an ounce of weed, with the idea being that I would sell half of it and then the other half I could sort of have for free to smoke. But instead I smoked it all and then had no money. And I was like, what am I going to do? Like, I was terrible with money. And with acid, my friend had given me, I think I had 50 or something. I had like quite a lot of them at one time. The idea being that I was going to sell them. I wasn't a drug dealer. I just, we did this sort of thing. If you get some drugs and you can get 2 ounces, you get it, and then you share it out amongst your friends, and they all, we didn't make money off each other. We just shared the drugs through one contact, if that makes sense. So my friend had got this acid, and he was like, here's 50 of them, sort of make sure everyone gets 2, and that'll be a certain amount of money. And of course, the first thing I did was take a load of them, and I think I did give some of them out. I think I just gave them away because I was tripping. But I must have taken quite a few. I must have done. Not 20 in one go, but certainly over a sort of weekend period, I kept maintaining this level of what do you call it? When you're fucked on drugs, what do you call that? I don't know, anyway, I can't be waiting around to stick for a word. It's getting late, it's really getting late now. But yeah, I spent a weekend once where, because I had loads of it on hand, I took quite a lot of it and was really fucking high on acid. There's this stereotype of someone who's broken their brain on drugs where you like take too much and you never come back, you never come down, and you're always like out there. And that does happen to some people, but that's not what happened to me. I just feel that I put my brain through such an intense amount of stress from drugs, like I took it to its limits, that it took some time to recover from it. And the change in perspective that you get changes who you are. And I will never know who I would have been had I not taken drugs. Never. I'll never know that. Maybe I'll be just the same. Maybe my brain has not been changed, permanently because of it. Maybe it's just the experiences that are different. Or maybe not. I don't know. But certainly, at my worst, I had this really bad acid trip where this is the end of the weekend where I'd had all this acid the whole weekend. So most of it was good. But we ended up in this field out in the middle of the dark in the woods, and I freaked out. I had a couple of experiences like that. People round my way, and we live in a small town, there's not much to do, and we're by the countryside, so they like going out into the countryside and tripping, and most of the time it's all right, but sometimes it's just like you're in the dark and the mud, and it's a bit scary, and like you don't want to be there. So I've had these bad acid experiences like that, and the one, I tried to walk home and I got lost, didn't I? Because I was in the countryside. So I was basically walking around in the dark, lost. And that was bad. I did eventually find my car. And this other one, we'd walked across this isn't about drugs, it's supposed to be about depression, so I'm just going to quickly get this through. We walked across this big park and I could see all these shadow figures. It was like I was able to see the unseen world, and there were all these figures there watching us, and it made me feel so scared. And I know how affected I was by the acid, how strong the acid was that I'd taken, and how much it had affected me, because the world was like in photographs. It was like I took a still image. I'll do it with the edit now. It was like I took a still image of something and the world carried on. And then I took another still image and the world had carried on. Like I was watching the world through these sequences of still images. I really didn't like that trip. I really didn't. And in terms of looking for ghosts and delving into that area, all I was left with was fear and psychosis, you know. Maybe a drug-induced psychosis, maybe a drug-induced fear, but a fear, you know, that when I wasn't on the acid, I had a similar sort of panic as the fear I had when I was having that trip. So, yeah, that was bad. So we've covered all that now, thank God. Thank God we've covered it in this video. I went off to university. I quit chemical drugs. I stopped taking them. I didn't want to have these terrible experiences and chipping away at the mortar of my brain until the bricks fell out. I didn't want that. I wasn't that interested in drug addiction. It was the music that had taken me into taking ecstasy, and it was the enjoyment of the rave and the culture that had kept me there. And when it had turned into just a drug addiction towards the end, I rejected that because that wasn't what I was seeking. And I already had one with marijuana, so I kept that on. But I started drinking when I got to university. I mean, I always had been a drinker since I was 16 or whatever, but I started drinking more heavily because I stopped taking chemical drugs and going out at university. You drink a lot, don't you? Most people do. It's party time. My first year of university, I was still with that girl as well. She hadn't left me, even through all that. But she did want to leave me, and it was a breakup that took over a year because I wouldn't let it go. You know, it's me. It was my problem, my fault. I couldn't deal with it all. I was in my first year. I've got to get through this now, so come on. In my first year, I was scared. I was depressed, and there were bad times. I turned to self-harm. I made some friends. I did. I got one really good friend, Gilly. I'm not close to people. I don't maintain friendships. I'm not good at that, especially if they're not people that are really close physically and geographically. I don't ring people up and I don't talk on Facebook. I'm crap at it. I make videos and I don't answer the comments. But I made this one friend called Gilly through chemical drugs. So even though I wanted to stop taking them, I was still doing mushrooms and still in my first year of university, still slipping up and, you know, I was in Bristol and I was drum and bass and all these, you know, excellent stuff. I still fucked up. And I was fighting it. It was a struggle. And this is where I did my worst self-harm probably. You can't see it. It's here. I don't know if I might put a photograph of this in, but I burned the word onto my arm, and there's not much. I haven't said her name in this video, but now I have. There's no hiding it. That's what it says. She broke up with me, and I tried to accept it, and I burned her name into my arm because I felt so depressed. And I did it with a series of cigarettes, and it was big and it was horrendous. And I hid it with long sleeve tops, and then she saw it because we're on and off, you know. She saw it and was horrified, but by then it was already several weeks after I'd done it, and it had already started to scab over and stuff. So she never saw it at its freshest, but it was there, and I lived with that to my dying day. A huge burn across my arm, and I was in this little bed sit like flat with, you know, like this little one room house share, and I hated it. I felt isolated and lonely. I was away from anyone I knew in a new city, which was even worse than living in the countryside, because although there were things to do, there was also all the crime, and I lived in this shitty area called Fish Ponds. There were prostitutes and crack dealers, and you know, I got robbed, I got mugged, and I wasn't enjoying university. The actual university, the course, the thing I was there for, the educational side of things, I hated going to that place and being with all these new people that I didn't really know and I didn't have any connection with. And to be honest, I felt disconnected with, because they were like nice enough people, but I was going down this destructive path of using chemical drugs, and you know, most of the people at my university had probably not done half the things that I'd done, and I just wasn't. I wanted these corridors looking for these rooms, and I just felt lost. So in the end, I gave up looking for the rooms and I went to the bar. In the first year, I stopped going to university. In the first year, I just started going just to drink and just drinking a lot. And I had to get a job because, I had to get a job because I had to try and pay some money towards my expenses of having to live in Bristol. So I worked in these restaurants as a kitchen porter, as a pot washer, which meant I was working at night. And then after that, I was going to clubs. And then after that, I was sleeping and I was never going to university. And I was drinking a lot and just living this weird drug using failure of a life, knowing that I was fucking myself up, using drugs, not going to university, working all night, and that at the end of it there was going to be problems. I knew it. I just knew it, but I had to just sort of roll with the punches. I just had to sort of, she'd gone to Bristol to go to university. I tried to stay with her. I was holding on. I wasn't advancing. I was just holding on. Not doing a very good job of it. But at the same time, I also had my music, and I loved making drum and bass music. I make all the music on this channel, of course, and I'm going to release another electronic digital music album very soon, after a big break from EDM. But I loved it. And I got a gig. I was DJing at one of the biggest clubs in Bristol, with some of the bigger DJs. My heroes were on the bill, and I was like the first one on the bill sometimes. So brilliant. I really enjoyed that. But it didn't go anywhere. I didn't get any big break. No one really heard my tunes. I didn't get them pressed. I didn't get signed. And I basically, like, going to raves and trying to be a drum and bass DJ when you're clinging to the edge of your sanity anyway. I didn't, I was an MC as well and stuff. And when I was out on it, I was like in my world and just losing myself in the music. But I wasn't becoming successful. I didn't do anything to help myself. Not particularly. I just wanted to be lost in it because I felt lost. So that was university. The first year was fear, depression, bad times and all that. And I had to retake. I failed the first year, and I'd signed on for a retake of a first year, different course, different subject, but only just signing on to it because they would have me, and at least I didn't have to admit defeat then. I could just do another year of this fuckery. I was self-harming. I was burning myself, taking drugs, trying not to, and all that. And in the second year, I fell in with a good group of mates who were lovely people, but I let them down by being a fucking waste of space, by being a head mess. My room was a state. I didn't help with the housework. I didn't help with the kitchen. I just was a drain on their lives by being a big fuckhead. So I'm sorry to those people. I doubt they'll ever hear this, but I am sorry to them. And then the second year finished, and that was it. I didn't get offered a third year of fucking about. I had to go home. My girlfriend actually did split up with me this time. I cheated on her whilst I was getting wrecked and getting really drunk and doing whatever. I cheated on her, and I told her because I felt really guilty. And of course she broke up, and at that point I couldn't try and be possessive or whatever, because I was beyond it then. I was just like I'd finally realised and accepted it, I guess. But she broke up with me, and that was it. And I had to come home and be on my own. And I just hated myself and my life. I was at my lowest at that point. I'd already tried suicide just a couple of years before. So even though at this point in my life I sometimes drove my car with the lights off and at night, not the whole journey, you understand, but sometimes I would just switch off the lights and just close my eyes and just let the car go, and then think, no, turn it back on. I took risks because I didn't care for myself anymore, but I didn't pull my shit together and be the best person I could be for her. But I realised I had to do that. So I think this was a turning point in my life. I knew I was just going to have to suffer this suffering of feeling heartbroken and self-harming and whatever, but I just knew I had to ride it out and get through it, because there had to be, I had to find something. I had to find it. And I knew that it wasn't going to happen overnight. I knew it was going to take some time. So I had to come home. But home didn't exist. Mom had sold our house. Whilst I was away at university, my mom had sold the house that I grew up in and lived in. And she'd moved in with her boyfriend at the time, this guy. And my sister had moved into a house with her boyfriend. And I came back to Stratford and there was nowhere for me to live. And this feels like a natural place to split this video in half now, because it's now like 1 o'clock in the morning and I've got to stop doing this now. And the next chapter, which I'm going to do one long video, I'm not going to split this up into chapters because that's not the way I want it to be, but the next section of my life starts at the age of, say, 21, 22, maybe 22 I think I must have been, and it starts with one of the biggest pieces of self-harm I've done. So I've got this huge burn on my arm where I burned the name. Ashamed of it. I'm ashamed of it. I don't wear it like this proud badge. I hid it for many years until it was indecipherable enough for me to say I just did it on an oven. And I don't think anyone ever believed that, but because I've got enough scars all over my arms and I worked as a chef, that's what I used to tell people. But at this point, I've got the big on my arm. But I did one massive piece of self-harm, which I'm going to tell you next, but I'm going to tell you about it first thing in the morning by magic, because I'm going to stop this now and start up again tomorrow morning, because the second half seems like the second half to me. That feels like the end of my childhood. I came back from university a failure. I had infinite potential when I was young and I threw it all away. I took drugs and tried to escape from my reality, not with hard work and endeavour, but through a sort of self-destructive pattern of rock and roll and clinging to hope, I guess. I don't know. I fell in love, and I thought I fell in love, and I thought that was all I needed, and that as long as I was with her, I'd do whatever, and it would just be okay. But it wasn't. So I came home from university in my most fucked up state, at my most depressed, and my home didn't even exist. So, oh dear, what did I do? Yeah. So I had to move into this shared house situation with a load of students, which was the same shared house that my sister lived in. Yeah. And it's this house that I'm sitting in now. So things did work out. I'll carry on in the morning. 1, 2. I kind of feel like I should do the intro again, because this is day 2 of my huge long talk about depression, mental illness, mental health. Obviously I've been to sleep last night, but I didn't sleep very well last night at all, because I think it's because I was doing this video and I had so much going through my mind that I'd brought up from talking about it, and I was lying awake thinking about what I would say the next day and kind of worrying about how this is going to come across, about what people will think. But the one thing that's kind of waylaid my worries is the knowledge that probably only a few hundred people will ever watch this video. In my heart of hearts, in my hope of hopes, I do hope that my work becomes more well known, and this video in particular, I'm making it because I'm aware that there's a problem in our country and society at the moment with mental health. More and more people are committing suicide, more and more teenagers are becoming depressed, more people are turning to drink and drugs, and this is my little bit of input to that. You know, I think it's right to contribute to the conversation. So I do hope this video gets shared. I've got to let the cat out the window now. It's going to be really hard in the daytime because I'd have to keep doing that, in the dog in and out, the cat messes with me, all this business. Here she is. Hello, Shaminka. And that's where I want to start now. Is last night, or if you've just been watching this video right now, we've taken the story up to the point where I come back from university. But I thought about it last night. There's a couple of little points that I missed out that I need to kind of get in there before we tell the story from the age of 21 to now, which is 34, I think I am. So the next sort of 10 years, so it's the last third. And up till now, everything's been going, not downhill, but it's all been a bit of a mess. I had lots of promise as a teenager, didn't I? I had lots of promise as a child, but because of the instability and my own feelings of insecurity, because of the turbulence of my childhood, I don't think I ever realised my academic potential in the way that was hoped for me. And I'd managed to get myself to university. And this is one of the things I wanted to say, is that I've always been I'm not going to use the phrase high functioning, because it's a cliched phrase that gets used, but even though I've been really depressed, and even though I've been burning myself, and even though I've been suicidal and really, really down, I haven't gone out and shown that to the world so much. I've still put a brave face on and still tried to muddle through. And in doing so, in a way I'm lucky, because I've got a sort of support network, my mom, my family. And also I'm lucky because I'm capable, I'm fairly smart and physically able. So even though I felt really depressed mentally, physically, I've been able to push on. And so maybe some of the things that required more of the mental aptitude, like getting a degree, I managed to fuck up. But other things like working in a kitchen, I've managed to hack to a certain extent. And I've just about managed to keep going and floating. And just, rather than sinking, just about managed to just keep on an even keel, but not with major successes, just keeping my head above water, and sometimes not really even that. But yeah, I wanted to say that I'm lucky that I never completely fucked it. And I did fuck it in a load, really fucked my life up in a lot of different ways, but I never really totally fucked it. I didn't become a full-time, basically it could have been a lot worse for me, and I'm really lucky, and I'm really thankful for that. Another thing I wanted to say, the cat's over there now, but I wanted to mention cats. I keep knocking the microphone today. I wanted to mention cats because when I lived at the house that I grew up in, after my family had sold that lovely house, we moved into the second one that my dad gave my mom after the divorce, that I lived in for sort of 14 years. During that time, we had cats, pets, and they were lovely, and I loved the cats. But sadly, they all died, and I know that's natural, but they all died in unnatural ways, and it sounds like a bit of a jinx, but our village, it was close to a main road. In fact, the main road ran right past our house. And although it was supposed to be a small village and slow speeds on the roads, people used to whiz through really quick. And so it was almost inevitable that in a cat's lifetime, it would be hit by a car. And after 3 cats got hit by cars, we decided not to have any more cats because, if you let them out, they ended up getting killed. So we ended up, the last cat, we kept it in the house and it didn't die. But yeah, I had to, it's not a major thing, is it? It's not major, but it is suffering. I had to suffer this random instance of my beloved pets being killed. And I kind of discount that. I don't really, put a pin in that and say that's one of the things that made me really depressed. But it was, it was a contributing factor. I remember when my cat, because me and my sister each had a cat, when my cat got killed on the road, and we did a little funeral for it. This was after my dad had left and the divorce had gone through, and mom had a boyfriend and stuff like that. I must have only been about 10 years old, and we had to bury this cat in the garden, and I found it so incredibly distressing. Yeah, my granddad was still alive at the time. And we had this little funeral for the cat, and I was just really sad. And okay, I think one of the points about this is that it's okay to be sad when your cat's dead, isn't it? So I was able to allow my emotions out, all that sadness. I have to listen to the cat eating her food now as well. I can't affect this. The background sounds are going to go on. It's the daytime now. And yeah, so I think for those moments in my life when I was young and I was allowed to be upset, when it was okay to be upset, I was really upset. Really upset. And I was quite a sensitive child, and I used to get upset about things and not tell anyone and hold it in. I used to get critiqued and told off for bottling up my feelings. I guess I didn't really know how to express them, because if I started to express the sadness, we'd move into this whole thing of the divorce and all these problems and all that. She's a carnivore. That's a different story. I'm a vegan. And this is what I wanted to say about brave faces. I've got another note here. This is something else before we get on to the next chapter. Is that when I was a little kid and my parents got divorced, it was all explained to me, you know. I picked up all this extra stuff from hearing them talk and seeing them argue, but it was explained to me. They did sit me down and say, we're not going to be together. It doesn't mean we don't love you, and you're going to see your dad, but only at the weekends and every other weekend. You know, it was explained to me, and they did their best to make me understand and to tell me that it wasn't my fault, and, you know, to try and ensure that I was okay. But I saw them, you know, I saw my mom being really upset, and I didn't want to put any more burden on them. I didn't want to make my mom feel more upset by saying that I felt upset, because it had been explained to me Dad wasn't going to come back, you know. So I didn't see any value in sort of going, I'm sad because Dad's not here. But every day I did feel like that. Yeah, so I think what you learn to do, or what I developed as maybe a coping strategy, whatever it was just to be positive and not always, but to try and be happy, you know, to show that I was happy about stuff. So throughout my childhood and all of my life, there have been times where happy things have happened. There have been positive occasions, parties, friends, girlfriends, whatever. And I've not just put on my happy face, but I've involved myself in the happiness, yeah. But then the thing that's different when you're depressed is that when that moment is finished, you know, when you go home from the theme park, or when you, you know, when you're not hanging out with your mates, when there's not that distraction, when you're not actively taking part in something to try and make you happy, my standard setting was depression. I'd go back to being sad. Ew. And I think that's something that happens when when you're depressed, is you develop this happy face to show the world, and it's not fake. It's trying to engage. And also, I felt bad for them. You know, I didn't want my mom to feel sad because I felt sad. It was like a vicious cycle. So I made the best of things and tried to show that I was making the best of things, if that makes sense. And then there was another kind of this. There was another kind of putting on a happy face that I used to do, and it was more so when I was with my dad. He had a girlfriend that, like, this happens a lot when I was growing up, is that one of my parents would have a partner, a girlfriend or a boyfriend, and as I said earlier, is that you just have to sort of get on with it, wouldn't you? You couldn't, you couldn't say, I don't want to hang around with them. Can't we just be you and me? You know, and can't I just hang around with my dad? Why do I have to hang around with my dad and his girlfriend? Like, it puts a stranger in the mix, and then you don't feel comfortable in your own house, basically. But I couldn't express that, so I had to just sort of put on a happy face and just go along with it. I remember one particular occasion where we played a board game together, and I really wasn't enjoying it. You know, I was just going through the motions because they expected me to want to enjoy it. So I didn't want to let them down by saying, I don't enjoy this, I don't want to hang around with her, you know? It's that sort of polite happiness that you put on in polite society. But that was my family life. That was my weekend with my dad. I didn't want to have to pretend to be polite and happy. But I did. Being polite, I was taught to be polite, I was taught to be well-mannered, and I appreciate that, and I still follow that. But it's almost a kind of fakeness sometimes, you know, for the sake of others, isn't it? For the sake of others' feelings, you're not rude, you're You take their feelings into consideration. And I took my dad's girlfriend's feeling into consideration, that I didn't want her to feel that we didn't like her, because that would be sad, wouldn't it? These things were happening. He was going to be with her. She was going to be around. So I couldn't change that. I just had to sort of smile and go along with it. But that sort of politeness, that fakeness. Yeah, it was only when I got home to my mum's house and I was able to go up to my bedroom and, you know, close the door and just be myself, that I was able to just be myself. So you put on a brave face. That's something I'm trying to point out. And it's not wrong. It's not bad. There's nothing wrong with it. It's quite natural. It's part of taking other people's feelings into consideration. And it's part of getting through things yourself. You know, it's probably better than being unhappy. Probably. I'm not an expert though, because when I was a kid, I was confused. And you know what? In later life, I don't think I do that so much anymore. I think these days, if I'm feeling something, I just say it because I don't feel ashamed of it anymore. It's just a feeling. And often that's better. It's probably better to do that, yeah. I'm going to say that. It's better to do that. Even if you're worried about what people are going to think about the way you feel, it is the way you feel. So at least tell them, you know. And quite often, actually, it's better to tell them because then they understand how you feel. And they're not as angry when you behave the way you do. Because sometimes when you're depressed, you're holding it in. You're not telling people why you're unhappy, because it's just going over it again and it just makes you more unhappy. But you're actually in a bad mood. You're actually not happy. So then, I mean, I had this all my childhood. Why aren't you smiling? I'll give you a smack if you don't cheer up. You know, I'll give you something to cry about. That sort of attitude. And I didn't really feel like, especially with my dad, I didn't feel like I could express my own happiness. I didn't think he had the tools to fix it, because none of them did, because their behaviour and their relationship was the thing that had caused me to be unhappy. The divorce wasn't going to go in reverse. You know, I didn't think it could be fixed. But I didn't understand at the time that talking about my feelings might not fix the situation, but it might have helped me to deal with my feelings better. But I don't think my parents were the people that I would have been able to do that with. I think at that age, I didn't realise, but somebody from outside, a mentor, a therapist, that would have been good. Because the reason I couldn't talk to my parents about the problems was because they were the problems. And again, I'm not trying to attack my parents. You know, they had their lives, they had their problems. I'm not saying, how dare you do that to me? I'm just saying that is the fact. That's the lie of the land. That's the truth. And I didn't feel like talking to them about the way I felt about them. And I didn't think that's what I mean. I didn't think they'd be able to respond with something to fix it, because I'd seen their behaviour and I'd seen their attempt to, you know, make this situation good, and it was the reason I was unhappy. So that was when I was younger. Those are things that I missed out from when I was younger. Something else is when I was at college and I was depressed and burning myself. After I'd started taking the chemical drugs, the ecstasy, I did go to the doctor. You know, it was noticed that I was in this bad state. My mum did care and she did try and get me help. And I didn't really want that. I felt afraid that I'd be put in a mental home or sectioned, or once you admit that you've got these mental problems, then it means that it's all my fault, and that everyone else around me would sort of be able to say, it's because of you and your mental, and that my girlfriend would probably leave me. And you know, I had all these fears about seeking help, so I didn't want to seek the help. But I knew I needed it. You know, I knew I was in a really bad mental state. And the other thing was, because I knew I was taking chemical drugs, I kind of reasoned out that if I, you know, that was part of the problem, and that if I stopped taking acid and stopped experimenting with psychedelia and raving and all that, then I'd be better, you know. So that's what I did. But I did go to the doctor and I did explain all this, and they gave me Suroxat, an antidepressant, and I took it for about 3 days, stopped taking any, you know, I didn't take any chemical drugs other than the antidepressant, and I felt terrible. It made me feel like a zombie. Maybe I wasn't feeling so depressed, but I wasn't feeling anything, and I didn't like it. So I stopped taking it, and obviously I had more mental issues because of that. But I'm glad I did, because it turned out that Suroxat was not a good drug, and other people ended up committing suicide even though they were using it. So I'm lucky in a way, again, lucky that that happened and I found my way with it. So that's those things ticked off. 2 more things and then we'll get into this chapter 2. I told you just at the end of that last bit that when I came home from university, Mum had sold the house and I had nowhere to live. And that is true, but it wasn't immediate. There was a process. I had my 21st birthday, and when I remember when I had my 21st birthday, there was the shared house with the students that my sister lived in, and the old house that we used to live in was still there. We hadn't sold it yet, but it was empty of all furniture and everything. And I had my 21st birthday party there. So I was aware that the house was being sold, and the shared house with the students, this is how it came about. My mom, she'd had different boyfriends over the time I'd been growing up. She'd found this guy and she'd moved in with him, and it seemed that they were going to be fairly solid. So she'd moved in with him. That happened whilst I was at university. She must have, no, she knew him for a good few years, but she sort of went away to him and lived at his house at the same sort of time as I went away to university. And I feel really bad for my sister in a way, but she had a boyfriend that she was really close with. So she went away to him in a way, and we all lived in different places. But the house that my sister moved into was a shared house, one of those situations where you've got 5 or 6 rooms and everyone has a different room and there's a landlord. And so what happened was that my mom and her boyfriend, when they sold the house that we used to live in, they bought that shared house. So the landlord of the shared house was my mom and her boyfriend. My sister lived there with her boyfriend, and there were other people, young people renting rooms. So they had thought about me, and I'm really lucky. Again, this is great fortune for me in ways. They'd given me a room there. So when I came back from university, there was a room in that house that I could live in. So I wasn't completely on my own, destitute. That's important to note. And we're going to come and see in a minute why that wasn't the best for me. But I didn't have a choice, and I'm lucky that I had that choice. I could have had nowhere to live. So I'm lucky that that was there, and I could come home from university and move into the room. Okay? And then the last thing I wanted to say before we get onto this is routines. Routines, if you don't make your own routine, if you don't establish it yourself and take ownership of it and control of it, you have to do that. I mean, it's hard to do. The way I relate this, I talk about the sea a lot, and if you were ever sailing, I don't know if you've ever done any sailing, I've never done any, but I've seen a documentary about it. But when you're on your own in the ocean, you're sailing your boat, if you don't get up out of your bed and do the sails and clean the jib or whatever it is, if you don't do the things on the boat that need doing, the boat doesn't sail where it needs to go, and you end up fucking it. I'm using the word fucking it a lot today, sorry. But you do, it goes wrong. And so it's like mindfulness, like I was talking about, paying attention to the warmth of the tea and all that. You have to just focus on what needs to be done right now in the day. If you need to start sailing east, then you need to move the sail and you need to do the ropes. You just get on and do the ropes. And every day is a constant, consistent grind of just doing these things that you need to do to get the boat going in the right direction. And if you don't, you drift. You just drift. And that's what life's like. If you don't take ownership of your routines, of your behaviours, if you don't actively grab those ropes and start pulling. So if you're not in charge of sailing your ship, if you're not taking charge of sailing your ship, I'm on a creaky wooden stool here, that's what you can hear. If you're not in charge of pushing that ship forward, of pulling those ropes and doing the things, you start to drift. And the funny thing about routines is that even if you don't put them into place, they begin to take their own shape. It's a bit like the currents in the sea. The waves push you a certain direction. And even though you're not sailing north or south, the current takes you that direction. And that can really be dangerous because it can drag you under. One of the things that I'd done is I developed a routine without trying to, I was just trying to get through each day at the end of it. And my routine would be something along the lines of wake up in the afternoon, very much regularly in the afternoon. If I woke up earlier than the afternoon, I think there's not much point in getting up. I don't want to face the day. I don't want to go to university and like everyone else is busy doing stuff. I just might as well sleep in. So I used to get up in the afternoon, and then I would maybe start smoking or drinking very soon after that. I used to buy 8 cans of beer from the shop every day. When I went to university, I started on 4 cans of beer. That would be enough for me. But by the end of the 2 years, I needed 8 cans a day. I'd do some music, like work on my computer, making music, doing art, whatever it is. And then before I knew it, it'd be time to get off to work. So I'd go to the restaurant. Some days I didn't. Some days I just fuck around all day. I don't know. But at the end of restaurant work, it's 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. I'd go to a bar and I'd get drunk. And then by the time I get home, it'd be late at night and I'd have a few more beers. And what I got into the routine of doing is sitting awake at night and playing on my Xbox, or it was a PlayStation back then or whatever, or making music, because I used to do a lot of that, and just doing that until I'd run out of beers. And, I was drunk enough to sort of cark it into bed and just nod out. And then you wake up the next day feeling shit, having gone to sleep at about 5 a.m, and you repeat. Some weekends you've got a gig to go to play at, or you haven't. Again, I'm going to repeat the thing about being a high functioning sufferer of mental illness, is that even though I was doing these bad routines, and even though I was living this mentally fucked up life, I was depressed and really unhappy and burning myself, I was still able to go to a club and say, yeah, I'm a DJ, here's my demo tape, can I have a gig? Rah, rah. And I was able to push myself forward in ways. And for the few hours that I was in the gig or at the club, I wasn't that depressed. I was, enjoying just being in the music. I got a job as a flyer boy as well. So if I wasn't at the restaurant, I was handing out flyers. And that's weird as well, because you're not in the club with the people. You're on the other side, on the outside, waiting for them to leave. At this time in my life, I turned my ankle. I was playing football and I turned my ankle and I had to go to hospital, and I had like a plaster cast on it, and then I'd snapped the ligaments, and I had to go and do all these flyer jobs with this crutches, and it was a right ordeal. And it reminded me of being back at secondary school, carrying all my books in my bag at the same time. I had to carry all these flyers and these crutches, and it was 4 a.m. I just slogged it through, So there were some things that I was capable of doing, even in my lowest ebb, even through my worst state. And so I understand that some people might be more depressed than they're letting on, or than you can understand, because you see them, like the postman delivering your letters. You don't think he's depressed because he's walking around delivering the letters, but he might be, You go to a restaurant, someone comes and takes your order and they fulfill their role, and, you don't think, it's just a person, isn't it? It's just a waiter. But they might be going home and drinking themselves to sleep because they can't face their own feelings. Depression's deep and hidden, and it doesn't, even though it takes your life and churns it through these gears, and you're distorted and destroyed, you're still going through the gears. And there are still things that you can do that on the surface, no one sees what's underneath. So routines, you've got to take ownership of your own routines, otherwise things get bad. And I'm going to come on to show you how I've done that. But first, we've got home and we're all fucked up from university. I've fucked up my life. Maybe there might be other things in this that I haven't quite... I'm trying to give you a full overview of my mental health, and so maybe I could get into some more detail about some of these things, and maybe I will in the future. We'd come back from university and I was all fucked up. And I literally was all fucked up. I was skint, I had no money, I was drinking heavily, scratching my way from day to day. My girlfriend had left me. I'd not got a degree. In fact, I've got no hope for getting a degree now. I'd got a debt because I'd taken all this student loan money, which was great at the time because it meant I could afford to do living in Bristol and buying records, but it had left me with a debt, an overdraft, a credit card bill, and I needed to pay those, and I had no money coming in, and I had no way of pushing forward other than I'd been a kitchen porter and a bit of a commie chef in my part-time job while I was at uni. So this next 6 months, when I was starting in my 20s, 21, 22, I think I was 22, I spent 6 months not doing what I was supposed to and really being fucked. I didn't take chemical drugs, but I smoked weed and I didn't have any money. So the way I got my weed was, like I said, it was a shared house with lots of different people living there, and quite a lot of them smoked weed. So I would like say, oh, do you mind if I have a go on your reefer? And it was quite a normal thing to do, is to share, you know, you pot around a little bit. But shamefully, when they'd all gone to bed, I'd get the ashtray and I'd smoke what was left in the ashtray. The one girl was quite nice to me, and she'd give me like a little bit, like a half a spliff or something after she'd gone to bed. And then in the morning, one of the other people, maybe my sister or one of the boys, would give me a little bit in the morning, so, or leave a bit, you know. So I had this like punctuation mark in the day where I'd get a little bit of smoke, and if I could just get to then you know, I'd get my silly way to live. And I was drinking. I'd brought back that alcohol habit from university. I'd go to the local shop and there'd always be a deal on. This is the way it works with alcohol. There's always a deal on. So you're always able to get 8 cans of something for £5, or, you know, a big bottle of cider for £5 or less. I needed to buy cigarettes. I needed to buy booze. And if I could afford it, weed. And I just about managed to do that on the shit money that you get from the dole, because I was on job seekers allowance, which I hated. I never wanted to do that. Never thought I should be doing that. But I was like out of options, and it was really hard to do job seekers allowance because you have to go there at 9 o'clock on a Monday and sign on. And my routine involved staying up all night. I couldn't sleep. This was when I'd never been able to sleep, you know, since I was a kid. I explained I'd stayed up and read, or I stayed up and watched the telly, but and I had anxiety when I was a kid because my dad wasn't there and stuff like that. But now I just had no point to my life. So I didn't want to be alive in the daytime with the other people because it was in a way kind of embarrassing. So if I stayed up all night, which wasn't deliberate, it was a response from the way I was living. But when you get into that bad cycle, it's hard to pull it back, you know. So I stayed up all night one night, and then it just was, I slept the next day, and then I stayed up all night and I slept the next day, and it carried on. And one of the things it did allow me was to hide, because it was embarrassing to have fucked up my life. In this time, I grew a big beard. You know, it was like that sort of, you know, in Anchorman, where he goes like, milk was a bad choice. That's where I was at, you know. And so by staying awake all night, what I used to do is I had this weird bit of routine where I'd hear people wake up at like 7 o'clock in the morning, and I'd think, shit, I'm still awake. I've been awake all night and I'm really drunk, and like, how embarrassing. And so I'd get myself to bed because I didn't want them to see me sitting there in my squalor. And then I'd fall asleep, of course. And then when they came home, that would wake me up. So at like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, someone would arrive back in the house, and I'd be like, oh shit, I've been in bed all day. How embarrassing. I don't want them to see me like this. So then I'd get up and quickly get in the shower and, you know, hang out with people. And that would be an opportunity to share some pot and get through the next few hours before they went to bed and I was alone again. And I couldn't face going to bed. I didn't even feel tired. So I drank and smoked what I could afford, you know, like I'm going to say tramp, because I really was like, if I didn't have the good grace of the benefits system, the job seekers allowance helped me to pay some rent money, and the rent was really cheap here because my mom and her boyfriend owned the house. If I didn't have that, I'd have been on the streets, and I would have been unable to do anything for myself to get myself off the streets, because I'd have been in that routine trap. And it was because I was suffering, and I had suffered to the point of breakdown, to the point of so we need to tell this story now. You see, this is where it all comes out. When my girlfriend told me she didn't want to be with me anymore, this was in Bristol. Like, this is at the end of a long period of dysfunction. I didn't know what to do. I was so angry and upset. And I remember being in the room and I was staring at her. Like we'd gone through this whole conversation and all this bullshit, you know, and whatever. But I'd sat by the door, I think it was, and I didn't want to let her go. I didn't want to let her out. But I didn't want to be with her anymore. And she was making me unhappy. But I didn't want her to make me unhappy. I wanted her to make me happy. And I didn't have a toolkit to deal with it. I didn't know what I was going to do. I was just so angry and so upset. And I remember, I think it was a hairdryer, which is weird because I later on became a hairdresser. But I was holding this hairdryer and I was like, sometimes when you're that angry, you just want to smash something. But I didn't want to smash her stuff. I didn't want to do that. Like me and my mom had these huge rows when I was, you know, a couple of years before university, where I'd ended up kicking my bedroom door and all this bullshit, which you go through when you're having these breakdown rows. You just, can't take it. And you just want to smash something, you know? And that doesn't help. It doesn't help. Smashing things, allowing the aggression to take over doesn't make you feel less aggressive. It makes you feel more aggressive. So it doesn't help. But I was holding this hairdryer and I was just like pulling the wire and it was digging into my knuckles. And actually, now I say it, from her side, it must have looked scary. Even though she knew me and I'd never hurt her, it must have looked scary. I must have looked a bit manic. And what had happened was, because she lived in a shared house as well, her friends had called the police because they knew we were having this argument. They could hear it, and they knew I wouldn't let her out the room because I didn't want. Once that situation had ended and I'd left or she'd left, it would never go back. I could never, you know, I needed to try and fix it there and then, but I couldn't fix it. And so, I mean, I didn't get arrested or anything, but the police sort of said, you know, can you leave? And I did. I thought that was a bit of an overreaction, to be honest. I thought they were being a bit melodramatic by calling the police because we'd had arguments. They hadn't seen us in our relationship to that extent. It wasn't healthy and it wasn't good, you know, good behaviour, but it wasn't going to go sour, if you know what I mean. I wasn't going to do anything that required the police. But that made me feel so offended that they thought I could, you know, that they thought the police needed to be called, that they thought that was who I was. Because these people that she was living with, they didn't know me at all. They'd never met me. They only met me through her a few times in their flat, you know. So that was horrible. And what I did was I went and sat in Bristol at this memorial. I used to do this when I was sad in Stratford, actually. See, there's more coming out now. I'm thinking about it. Throughout my youth in this area, when I've been depressed and sad, I'd go and sit on my own by the river, by the church, and be sad. So in Bristol, I did the same thing. It was by a river, it was a memorial, and I sat there just crying my eyes out. And I must have looked like a fucking mess, but I didn't care. I didn't care for anything. I was just so upset, and I couldn't go home and show my flatmates, and I didn't have an option. I just had to sit and just be upset. So I was in like a breakdown state. And do you know what? Weirdly, again, it was my then sort of ex-girlfriend that came and got me and said, you know, let's go back and things are going to be okay. So bless her for doing that, but she didn't have to. But yeah, so I came home and I was all fucked up and I'd been to my lowest. And it got lower because at this stage, I told her that I cheated on her. I came clean. You know, I'm not going to go into that in great detail here, but, you know, I was drunk and I did, and I was sorry, and it broke it, and that was that. And I understood that was that. She left this. She'd come to visit me here, and she left, and I never saw her again. I did try and call her a few times, a few hundred times. And what happened was she got a new boyfriend and she moved in with him, and it was quite a long way away. So I really felt that there was nothing I could do about it. I knew it was my fault that I'd cheated and I'd ruined it. Like eventually, after these years of never, I'd managed to fuck up my life to the point where I'd even fucked up that. So I accepted it, that she was never going to be with me, but I hated it. And the day that I called her and she told me that she was, with someone else and that she was at his house and they were together and it was so far away that I wouldn't even be able to go and remonstrate. And I knew I was going to just accept it. That was the first day of the rest of my life in a way. But what I did was I turned on the cooker and I took a knife, like a knife, and I heated it on the cooker until it was red hot. And it was red hot, the knife was. And like I'd got off the phone. She'd said this stuff about this being with this boy. And I sort of dropped the phone and I dropped to the floor and I was like in bits and I was crying. And then I got up and I got the knife and I put it on the cooker and I pressed it into my arm. And I've got these 2 scars on my arm here. And there's 2 because the first time wasn't enough. So then I put the knife back on the cooker and heated it past, to when it was red, but left it there longer and did it a second time and held it for longer. And I think I fell on the floor again. I think I just dropped everything and just, collapsed to the ground. I was just self-harming to try and deal with the situation, and it wasn't enough. It wasn't, like in the past, the pains that I'd felt had been balanced by the pain of the self-harm. But the heartbreak of, and it's weird because now in hindsight, this relationship wasn't good. I didn't know how to love. I didn't know what I needed. I was clinging to someone because of my insecurities. It wasn't the right person. Her personality wasn't right. I didn't, none of that mattered to me. I saw her once and I needed it to be her. And, I wanted to believe in the fairy tale, in the fantasy. And because the fantasy wasn't coming right, I wouldn't accept, I didn't understand it. And I didn't know that it should have been me that said, you know what, this isn't good for me. Let's break up. Instead, I went down that road of feeling these terrible feelings, this anxiety, this insecurity, jealousy. I didn't know that if that was what I was feeling, it couldn't be love. But that's how I felt. And again, I burned myself really badly, and this time it didn't really help. And again, I couldn't show people these burns. I did them up my arm so that I could hide them. And I settled into this routine of growing a beard and sleeping in the daytime and waking up in the night and drinking. And that was that. That was my life for 6 months. Oh, I needed it. You know what? I needed it. I needed to reset. I needed to stop taking chemical drugs. I needed to detox from marijuana. And ironically, not having any money helped me to not smoke so much weed. I did keep drinking and I needed to stop. So that was a problem. But this is where I was at my worst. That evening where I'd done those burns and I was, I had a beard and burns, I was at my worst. And I remember being on my bedroom floor, which wasn't even my bedroom. I didn't even feel like it was just a room in a house with some students, I remember sat on the floor crying and thinking to myself, it's like 3 a.m. and I'm just sat here crying. And if I don't stop this, I'd already tried suicide, and I knew I wasn't going to do that again. Also, with suicide, it's important to point out, I didn't talk about it earlier in this way, but there are other people to consider. And, I love my sister and I love my mom. And so if I kill myself, they will be really upset. And I think it's better that I suffer than I put them through suffering. Simple as that. Totally 100% believe that. So, sat on the bedroom floor, crying my eyes out with a scarred arm and blood and, it was horrible. It was horrible. But I didn't think I'm going to kill myself. I knew I couldn't. I just thought I'm going to have to suffer through this. And I thought, if I'm suffering, no one can help me. It's 4 a.m. I'm going mad. I've got to stop. And it had to be me. Like, is it Hercules that pulled himself out of the sea by his own hair? Obviously, physically impossible to pull yourself out of the sea by your own hair, isn't it? But it was that sort of thing. It was a Herculean effort. I did this film with Eddie Hall, the strongman, and We talked about depression with him. I raised it to talk to him about it because I was interested in the psyche, you know. And we got this interesting piece where he talked about his depression, and he's one of the strongest men in the world, you know, physically. But the strength, the effort that it takes to drag yourself up by your hair to say, look, I'm going to stop crying, I'm going to stand up, and I'm going to wash my face, and I hate the feelings that are inside, but I'm going to, in the same way as the burn is a scar that is hurting, that I'm just going to have to live with, I'm going to live with it, and I'm going to deal with it, and I'm going to push forward. I had to say that to myself, and I had to make that commitment to myself to start sailing the ship, to stop drifting, to get hold of the ropes, and to start pulling. You know, you get rope burns. You know, have you ever done anything with ropes where you've had to work the ropes? I don't know. Maybe it's not such a common thing these days, but, you know, you get rope burns, you get blisters. I worked in the kitchens, I got burns, I got cuts, you know. My dad used to be a roofer. He still is a roofer, you know. You do the graft, you take the knocks. I'm British. I was aware. My granddad, bless him, you know, rest in peace. He lived through the war and he fought in the war. You take the knocks. My grandmother lost 9 brothers. 9 brothers. Can you believe that? 9. She lost them all in the war. And never breathed a word about your loss. You know, she doesn't talk about it. You get on with it. So that's what I did. That's what I said to myself. I've got to do this. This is my war. This is my rifle. There are many like it, but this one is mine. My rifle is my best friend. Without me, my rifle is useless. Without my rifle, I am useless. I will fire my rifle true. I will shoot straight at my enemy who's trying to kill me. So, you know, I've got that wrong. I haven't said that. I should know the quote perfectly. But the Full Metal Jacket, the film that meant so much to me, as I was suffering as a 13-year-old with angst and anguish and controlling forces and, you know, the identifying with that character of bottle. And I bottle my stuff up. I bottle it up. And I'm talking about it all on the internet now, but I put it in a bottle and I put the lid on it, you know, sticking out your chin, stiff upper lip, and just soldiering on. And one of my mum's friends, actually, a guy called John, he told me about this, about soldiering on, and I used to refer to him as Soldier John. I don't know, sometimes it's the weirdest, randomest people that give you a little bit of advice that sticks with you, but that did resonate with me, soldiering on. You know, and I'm so lucky I don't have to go and... See, I'm going to get upset now, and I'm going to get upset about something that people don't tend to get upset about, but this is not about me and my depression. I'm so lucky I don't live in Syria, or, you know, I'm so lucky that I wasn't born into someone else's horrible war, and I'm so lucky that my granddad and his friends and his brothers and my nan's brothers, I'm so lucky they lost their lives and gave their lives for me and for us. And I'm quite happy to be upset about this. And this is, you know, you see it on the news every day and you become desensitized to it, but I don't. Every time I see those bombs going off and think about those children and feel about how I feel and I felt, and I've just lived through fucking Disney La La Land luxury. How dare I be depressed? How dare I be upset? And this is what I've told you earlier. Don't demean yourself. It's okay to be upset. It's okay to be depressed. You know, it's okay to feel like my dad left. It's okay for me to be depressed about that. But I'm lucky that he wasn't like killed. I'm lucky he didn't die. There's so many other things, and I'm sorry if you're suffering from these other anguishes which I haven't had. We've all got different stories, but I feel for those people. I feel for the innocents that are suffering. I feel for them, and it really does hurt me. And I think loads of people, I see it day to day. They watch the news, they carry on, they watch Coronation Street, whatever. I don't understand how people do that. I find it hard to get through a day without having a real heartache over other people's sadness And that transfers through to veganism, which we'll get to later. Okay. So I was at my worst. I was at my lowest ebb. Let's do a start on the camera. So I picked myself up off the floor, literally, and decided to get on with it. And it was hard. I think that night I stayed up all night and just lay in bed feeling bad, but saying to myself, I'm going to just get through this, another 10 seconds, another minute, another hour. And I decided to crack on with my life, try and make the best of things. For the next 2 years, it was up and down, to be honest. It was a slow clawback. There were other problems. One of the problems was I was living in this shared house with these people that not all my good friends, some people I'd never even known before. And over the years, the next couple of years, different people moved in and out, and there was turbulence. Me and my sister used to argue a lot. I argued with some of the people in the house a bit, the way you do, when you're young and you're sharing a house with people and you've got conflicts. There were good times as well, and we had a lot of fun times. But one of the big problems was that a couple of the people in the house were doing what I used to do, partying at night, taking cocaine. There was a pool table in the house, and they used to have people around playing on the pool table. And I was trying to get away from this. I didn't want to be around chemical drugs. I didn't want to be around a party atmosphere. And I wasn't really in their group. And, I used to buck against it. And we had these problems, and some nights when I started to put myself together and started to, get jobs and push forward, I'd be trying to sleep and there'd be people downstairs doing coke or whatever. And I just fucking hated it. So I used to throw them out. And I used to tip... One time some lads came around to distribute some coke. They gave me a free bit, like, there's a bit for you. And I just tipped it on the floor and said, fuck off out of my house. And there was nearly this big fight. And this was going on. It was going on. So I'm sorry if I'm saying this on the internet. I'm not pointing a finger at anyone. But it did happen. And it was horrible for me. But at this time as well, through the job seeker system, I said signing on was hell. It was horrible. I didn't feel like it was my place in life to be, I felt that I shouldn't be doing this and I should be doing better. So I did. I went for jobs, and I went for sort of any job, because you need to get some money and you need to do a job. In my time, I've worked in a factory putting hoses on water heaters. I only did that for a couple of days. I couldn't hack it. It was hell. I've worked in a call centre, which was so boring. So boring. And I was looking out the window, like thinking, this is my life going by. And I'm just sat in this room talking to people on the phone about their boilers. Like, I hated it. Just itching for the day to end. And because of that feeling, I used to get stoned so I could get through the workday. So I started smoking more weed. And I did this series of jobs where I'd do it for about 3 weeks, a month, 2 months, and then get the sack or quit, because I'd hated it. So I wouldn't, turn up on time, and I just do the bare minimum. Dead end jobs, minimum wage jobs, restaurant jobs, call centres, whatever. So I was just like on a sort of up and down wave of some months I'd be pulling in a wage and able to buy some dope and go out with my friends a bit, and other months I'd be looking for a job and like having arguments and hating life. And it's about this sort of time that two kind of magic things happened. One was I met a girl called Carolina, and I wasn't ready for the next serious relationship, really. I was just getting over Jenny. It had been a year or so. But this girl, she was Polish, and she was only staying in the country for like a year or so. And she was very chaste, and there wasn't a sexual element to the relationship. She didn't want to have sex until she was married. So we were just like really good friends, and we still are. And I really value that. And it was really good to be, like, she was like my girlfriend, but I don't know, it was a positive thing. It was a really positive thing. It was helpful to me to have this pleasant person in my life. And And the way I look at it is, like, I think she almost became like a sister. And I feel really happy that I've still got that friend, because we never ruined it by having a sort of fractious, sexual, argumentative relationship. We were just really good friends. So that was good. And also, actually, there's two other things. One, my cousin came to stay with me, and he was having a hard time. He was having difficulty with different issues. And what it enabled me to do, I wasn't perfect, and if my cousin ever watches this, I'm sorry, because I didn't help him as best as I could, because I was going through stuff as well. But it allowed me to see things from an outsider perspective. And it, you know, he was younger than me, and I was trying to help mentor him, and the advice I was giving him, the things I was trying to help him to do, was things that I was just about struggling to do myself. So that happened, and that helped. It did. He lived with us for a bit, and it gave me a different perspective. And also Ruby. My sister got a dog, and we all agreed that she shouldn't get this dog, and then she just got it anyway. And Ruby was just a ray of light in my life. At a time when I felt like life was pointless and that I wasn't getting anywhere, and I was on this repeating cycle of crap jobs and drinking, and I will admit that the cocaine as well, like when it came out and people offered it me, sometimes I took it. The drug addict in me just said, like, you know, take the drugs. I never bought any myself, but quite often in the social groups that I was in, you know, it'd be offered around and I'd just take it. So I was still in a bad cycle of drug use. But Ruby was there all of a sudden, this puppy, and I took her to dog class, training classes, and I walked her, and because I wasn't doing much in my daytimes, even when I did get a job, it was night work, I had these, you know, this reason to get out of bed in the morning. When I woke up, there was the puppy there, and I could take her for a walk and go into town, and this time in my life I met loads of new people. Some might say dossing around, you know, and I used to do it when I was a teenager. We used to hang around in town because there was not much to do. And I found this group of people who, yeah, some of them were a bit younger than me, but they were doing the same sort of thing as I used to before I fucked it. And I found a great solace in that. It was a lovely summer. I played the guitar, took my puppy out and met people. And Carolina was a new girlfriend in my life. And there were lots of reasons then to push forward. And there were people that I didn't want to let down. You know, I wanted to show them that I could improve. And with Ruby, you know, going out for a walk every day makes you feel better. Having that puppy doing nice things and something to laugh at and smile about, teaching her tricks, looking after her. A brilliant story that I think typifies this is one night I'd gone out. It was when I was working, so I had some money. And I'd gone out and I got really drunk. And I'd managed to walk home at like 4 a.m. And it was one of those nights where I'd come in the house and like kebab. Hello? Did you hear that? Yeah. Like a kebab and a mess. Yeah. And I was a bit of a mess. I smelled this shit. I was like, I can smell shit. What the fuck is that? It's one of the people that lives in this house. They shit themselves or what? And then I thought, oh, the dog, isn't it? And I looked in her little cage, because we used to keep her in a little cage. She used to sleep in a little crate thing. And she'd been poorly and she'd pooed everywhere. And so at like 4 a.m, at my most drunken, I had to get the dog and I had to give her a bath, and then I had to clean all her cage out, and I was cleaning up shit, you know, like diarrhea. So it wasn't pleasant, but you know, I cared for that dog. I didn't want her to feel bad, so I cleaned her and washed her and dried her off, and I ended up sleeping on the sofa with her. And it was things like that that, you know, gave me a reason to be, in a way. So Ruby was a massive blessing. And yeah, it was my sister's dog, and, you know, we shared the responsibility and stuff, and we lived in the same house. You know, it was our dog, it was a family dog. She was my girl, she was my little girl. So I loved Ruby, and that gave me another reason to push forward, and Carolina did. They gave me reasons to want to improve and push forward, and I did. I still had these slip-ups. I still took cocaine accidentally sometimes. I still got really drunk all the time, every day. Used to get drunk every day. But, I was trying to push myself out of it and forward. So that takes us to the next step, which is roofing and hairdressing. Along this story, there have been other girls. And you know what? I'm not going to use this video to talk about my failed relationships. There's 3 that have caused me heartbreak that I'm going to pinpoint. But I've had lots of relationships. I've slept around. I've gone out drunk. I've been on the pool. I was thinking about this last night. I don't want to make this video about this aspect, but I want to quickly say that when you don't value yourself, when you think of yourself as worthless because you failed or fucked up or not lived up to your potential or whatever it is, that's how I felt, depressed, worthless. It is easy to fall into the trap of clinging to other people's affection. And one of those things you can do is you can go out and get a bit drunk and pull someone, maybe have sex. And my mates seemed to think that I was a bit of a womanizer, maybe good at talking to the girls and stuff like that. But what it was that I wasn't afraid to be embarrassed. I didn't care about myself enough that if I looked stupid, so I'd go and talk to a girl if I fancied her and give it a go, and if it didn't work out, I'd go and talk to a different one. So it wasn't necessarily just confidence, but a part of my confidence didn't come from arrogance. It came from worthlessness, because I was confident enough that even if I looked a tit, it didn't matter, So there's that. And also, I recognise that sometimes you fancy someone, so you want to try and talk to them and stuff, but I recognised when other people fancied me, and part of my depression, I think, was this feeling of worthlessness, that in itself was something that I wanted. So when I saw someone doing that to me, I'd entertain it and give it back. So it wasn't that I was necessarily especially successful with girls, but I think 50% of the people you meet on a night out are out looking for a bit of fun. And if you see them doing it to you and you sort of go along with it, maybe I was less selective, or maybe I looked for the things in them that I wanted to see. But yeah, I slept around a bit and didn't find any solace in it. Didn't wake up the next day and think, I feel really good now. I've often felt really bad. But I didn't want to be on my own. I didn't want to be alone. And when people were showing me affection, I craved it. So I did that as well. Carolina went home to Poland. We split up after a year, and life went on. So here's a new thing that happened. I decided to become a hairdresser. It sounds weird. Why the hell would I do that? My sister suggested it, and I didn't think I was going to enjoy the environment, but you know what? I'm brave enough. Like I said, I'm willing to try things, not afraid to look stupid. So, and being this high-functioning fuckhead, I was able to go smartly to an interview. I got my hair cut at this place and sort of sussed it out, and then got the job sweeping up and being the apprentice. And at the age of sort of 23, I started in my hairdressing journey as an apprentice. A bit different. And at the same time, my dad ran a roofing business, so I needed money and I needed a part-time job and I needed to work around my hairdressing. So he offered me the ability to work at his roofing company, again, at the bottom of the ladder as a Joey. We called them assistant Joey. I'd have to load tiles onto my shoulder and walk them up onto the top of the roof on a ladder. Heavy labour work, hard labour. But I did that to get money to pay for my hairdressing, to pay for my accommodation. I was never good at paying for stuff. I was always in the shit with money. But that's how it happened. That's what I did. And again, really lucky that my dad offered me that position, to work sort of part-time hours for sort of, not cash, it did go through the books, but for sort of, some money in my pocket that week. And I'm really lucky that when I didn't have money and I was on my low points, when I was without a job and fucking it up, my mom didn't demand rent off me because there were other people paying the rent in the house, and that was all solved. So I'm lucky I had that. So this is about depression. So hairdressing is not so much about depression. There was some stuff in there that made me feel bad. There was stuff in there that made me feel good, but it was more about hairdressing. And I'm talking about that in my Binaural Island hairdressing story. So we'll do that separately. But this is a positive time in my life where I started to come out of my darkness, started to regularly go to work in the daytime. With the roofing, I'd get up really early and go to work and feel tired at the end of the day. And on hairdressing days, because I went to college a few days a week, on hairdressing days, I enjoyed going to learn hairdressing. So there was lots of positives there. Lots of positives. And another girl came into my life. Again, a foreign girl, Gabriella. And if Gabriella's watching this, please get in contact with me. Please do try and get in contact with me, Gabriella. She ended up going back to Hungary, but we had this up and down relationship. And at the end, I was heartbroken, just to say that. And again, I self-harmed. Every time a relationship finished with a girl, I'd self-harm. And it seemed to be I could never quite make these relationships work. And I know now that's because I wasn't in myself, right in my head. I hadn't got over these issues and I hadn't worked things out and I wasn't in a relationship for the right reasons. And my sister, she split up with her boyfriend and my mom split up with hers. So suddenly there was this new big problem, which was my mom didn't have anywhere to live. She'd sold the family home. Her boyfriend was cheating on her and she had to live somewhere. So she moved in with me and my sister in the shared house. In fact, she bought out the boyfriend. So now it was her house, this house. And that was difficult. We ended up kicking out the other house guests, the other renting people. The mortgage had been fully paid by now. But it was difficult because we were back into this enforced family life. Having my mom suddenly come and live in my situation and being out of control of it, yeah. And all those fractious, those arguments and all those problems suddenly came back because, we lived the way we lived as 20-somethings in a shared house. And suddenly we had to stop doing that and be, in mom's house again. And that was difficult and there were problems. And that was part of depression. But, and I'm going to say this, I definitely think it was good for me that there was more stability. All those people moved out and there was no party nights and, nobody was coming around doing cocaine. And it was better for me in lots of ways. And my mom's very, how should I say this? I'm not going to diss my mom. She's helped me so much. But maybe too much, I guess. She's quite, if you leave something lying around, it will get tidied up. And I got into the bad habit of letting my mom tidy my things up, which she didn't like doing. But she, it brewed into this bigger argument. And now I realise that she's not doing it because she wants to do it. She's doing it because she feels she has to. I do it now, and she doesn't have to do it. So we've worked it out in the long run. But for a while, it was taken away from me, the ability to get control of my own life, to enforce my own routines, was taken away because someone came in and started doing things for me or around me, which had positives and negatives. But this all enabled me to get successful again. It enabled me to get grounded and push on with my hairdressing career. I got my qualifications. I started working. I started bringing in money, and I was able to develop as a normal normal person. I didn't have so much direct anguish. My relationship with my dad we still hadn't talked very much, so at least that wasn't causing me direct anguish. But we'd started to get on a bit of a more positive tip. We started going to the football again. Like I said, he helped me to get in the roofing business, and throughout this whole time, I pushed forward. And I didn't fix the problems. I didn't fix the issues. I still was drinking, definitely still drinking every day. But after work, not in work. I still felt depressed. I still couldn't sleep. I still had anxiety attacks at night. I still smoked weed. But at least I was getting my qualification and working somewhere and on those things that people can see in the day-to-day life. I wasn't sitting and growing a beard. And this pushed on. This pushed on to the point where I got my own salon. And again, this isn't about the hairdressing story, so that comes in a different video. But I had my own salon and I had this girlfriend and she had a daughter. And I felt, at one point in my life, I suddenly felt like, wow, everything's come together. I finally got my own name above the door of the salon. It's my shop. I'm paying the rent. I'm cutting the hair and bringing in a stylist to help. I've got this nice girlfriend and she had this lovely daughter who was just learning to count and do things like that. So I was doing family time with my relationship time, which I really, really enjoyed. And to this day, I really want to be a father. I really do. I know I'm good at it. It sounds arrogant, but I know I am. It never felt like a chore. It never felt like a chore to do whatever was best for the child. It never felt wrong. It always felt like important to me. And at the same time, after child's gone to bed, you've got that lovely time with your partner and just not being crude, but sex was good. Our relationship felt good and I felt good. And then one day she turned around and she basically told me she wasn't thinking the same as me. I wasn't the man for her. And I'd read it all wrong. I'd created my own fantasy illusion of what she was like and her life should be like. And what I did, I've realized at that point, what I always do is I have my idea of what I want. I meet someone, I say, they must be like that. Until I find out, I assume they are. And then when I find out they're not quite like I sort of would best fit with, I kind of pretend to myself that it will work and we can fit when we can't. So I accepted that breakup, but it did make me really depressed again. And it made me really depressed when I was in a position of having to run my business and control, to keep control of my life. And it became hard. And one of the worst things about hairdressing was, and this, like I said, I'm going to do the hairdressing story separate, but I was working with people day to day, face to face. And when I felt depressed, I still had to work with those people and I still had to put on the professional face. You can't cry around your clients. They can cry with me, and they have done. Not because of their hair. Not because of their hairdos, but, because of their personal lives. And I've been there to console them and to help them. Yeah. But that's not a two-way street. You don't do that to your clients. So there were times when I felt like I couldn't face it. And so sometimes I let down my staff and my business because I couldn't face it. That did happen. But I picked myself up before it got too bad, cracked on again. And I had another girlfriend some years later. And it was a very similar situation. I felt I was 100% committed and in love. And after a bit of a while, she turned around and said, it's not working for her. And now again, I appreciate, I see it now that although I thought I was doing okay for me, which is holding down the job, pulling in the money, getting drunk in the evening, smoking weed, and just about getting through the day, still having anxiety attacks, still depressed, but at least doing the job. I thought that was pretty good, but I realised now it wasn't enough. It wasn't, and she was having her own issues as well, and I hadn't. Again, I'd created this idea of what she was going to be like in my mind, and her issues didn't fit with that. And when it turned out who she really was, I should have said, what, actually, I can see this isn't going to work. But instead, I said, you can learn to be like, the way I think it should be, sort of thing. And it couldn't work. So she broke up with me. And that came at a really difficult time because the other thing that was happening was the business was going down the pan. I was trying to transfer responsibility to a team of stylists and not do so much hair cutting because I needed to, because I had to run this other side of the business. There was a credit crunch, a recession, things got really tough. I was working from month to month instead of putting money in the bank. The more stylists I had, the more bills I had, the more people I needed to pay, the more colour I needed to buy, the more adverts I needed to put in the paper. And it got to a point where we were just about breaking even. I wasn't even making any money. Not for me. I wasn't taking money for me. I was just running a business. And it got really stressful. And that stress played out in my behaviour. I got more drunk. I got more out of control. I stopped going into work some days, just gave the keys to the stylist and said, you open up, fuck it. I started to slide down the hill and become a more serious alcoholic. I started to drink not just beer, but spirits as well. And after I'd finished all the beers in the house, I'd get a bottle of rum and I'd drink enough rum to knock myself out for the night. And then I'd wake up the next day hungover and have to go to work and start the process over again. So I knew this was happening. I could see it months towards the end of my hairdressing salon being mine. I could see it happening. I knew it was going to come, that I was going to have to close the doors or make a drastic change to save the business. But the changes I'd made, the ideas I'd put into place, partly my own commitment to it, partly my own depression was failing the business, but also it was in an environment where businesses were failing. And now, I look back on it, I think opening up a high street salon is a nightmare. There are different people who've got different ways of making it successful, and we'll talk about it in the hairdressing videos, but I wasn't going to start being a product salesman or a pushy salesman or like charging people silly money. So my business model couldn't work through the recession. It just didn't. And it didn't. So it didn't. And I failed again. And so on New Year's Day, my girlfriend dumped me on New Year's Day, the same day as I said, I'm not going to carry on with this hairdressing salon anymore. I think that scared her. I think she thought, fuck, he's not even got the job anymore. But I kind of knew in myself I was going to quit that and do something else and it will work out. But I need to recover again. In the same way as when I'd failed uni and I had to come back and recover, I knew this was going to be the case. So I was, at least in myself, I was ready for it. I wasn't ready for getting dumped. But I did, and I felt really, 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 really depressed again. Really depressed again. I burned myself again. Again, this situation, she had a young daughter, and I'd been doing family time, and it wasn't just the loss of the girlfriend, it was the loss of the potential future family that I created in my fantasy. We were going to have kids, and I was going to be daddy, and all that suddenly was taken away from me, and I felt really, really depressed. So I did more self-harm, and I think that's the last time I did self-harm. I think it's the last time, because again, I don't think it helped. I don't think it worked for me. It didn't give me what I needed it to. It was just what I did, so I did it. I got all these scars on my chest that you can't see, that are cigarette burns, where I used to just burn myself with the cigarettes. So, okay, so battery exhausted, very funny. My camera ran out of battery, but fortunately I was recording on the handheld sound recorder. So, for this next bit, you're going to have to just listen to me talking with a picture, or I might try and put pictures of other things, but for some reason I've got about 20 minutes of not video, just audio. So I'm sorry about that. I'm frustrated by it because I can't talk about it all again. I don't know what I've said in that 20 minutes and I can't repeat it. I haven't got the time. And I've done it this way with just bare notes, just to be honest and to just tell it like it is. So I apologise for that break in service in the video that's about to happen. And there'll be some images. You'll hear me talking. It's still a video, but for about 20 minutes, I didn't notice that the camera had stopped. Highs and lows. What happened then? What's going on with Scott and his depression? How come I'm sitting here talking to you on the internet after all of this bullshit? And I've got to say now as well, some of it doesn't seem so bad, does it? A girlfriend dumped me. My business went under. But it's these layers. It's this being a young child and only ever feeling a level 5 happiness sometimes putting a brave face on and smiling and having fun and going up to a 7, but generally dropping back down to that 5. Always being depressed all my life, having waves of success, but troughs of defeat. Drinking heavily throughout the entire process, taking chemical drugs all the way up until I had that salon with my name above the door, where I really said I don't want to do any more lines of coke. You know, I just, not even if you offer it me, just no. Picking away at the mortar in my brains with smoking weed and never fixing the problems, thinking that was how life was and that I was born to suffer. And it, you know, saying all this, like I said earlier, I appreciate there are people that suffer worse. There are people that have horrible situations and they can't get out of them. They didn't have a mom to offer them a room in a shared house. They didn't have a dad that could give them a part-time job, you know. And for all the reasons that my parents have created situations that have made me upset, they're still there and they still offer me this support. You know, I'm lucky, and it's not the worst story in the world. You know, I'm not telling you this so you feel sorry for me. I know that I'm not in need of sympathy in the same way as there are people out there that I sympathize for and with, that, you know, I want to help other people because I feel that I'm the sort of person that's had these problems and has said, I'm going to stick my chin out and I'm going to fucking get on with it. I'm going to fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run. I'm going to dream, but I'm not going to make dreams my master. I'm not waving, I'm drowning, but I'm going to fucking swim, you know? And if I can't swim, I'll die struggling. Do you know what I mean? So if I've got that and I see people who can't even swim, you know, I want to reach out. I'm the person that will happily drown myself pulling someone ashore. Do you know, does that make sense? I don't care enough about myself. I don't value myself so much that I'm worried about what happens to me. I was always looking after Ruby. Maybe the relationships I was in, I always had this feeling of wanting to be, you know, I actually went out with people who had their own problems because I wanted to help. I want to put my arm around people and say, it's going to be okay. Maybe that's because that's what I want for me. But I know I can do it for others. I know I can. So when everything fucked it again and I was having panic attacks and drinking heavily, I had to do it again. I had to say, look, I'm an alcoholic. I had to admit it. I had to say the reason I drink is because I need a drink to get through the day, and that I'm doing it every day. So I went to the recovery partnership and I said that. I said, I've just fucked up my whole business, my whole life, my girlfriend, my relationship, and all I've got left is drinking and smoking weed. People come and go and support me, and I don't show them the respect by making a success of myself. I drink and smoke and burn myself. So I went there and they offered me help, and I went to one meeting of Alcoholics Anonymous, which showed me, I didn't go back because I don't want to be dependent on the group. I went there to see where I sat in the alcoholic hierarchy, and I wasn't the worst. And I say that, you know, flippantly, but some people have had longer, more destructive problems with alcohol than I had and have been to some darker places. But I saw in them my behaviour. I saw if I didn't stop it, that's where I'd end up. So it was important, and I thank those people for telling their stories and making me realise, you know, what can happen and what will happen if I don't take control. So I took control and I stopped drinking. It was difficult. It was difficult. I had cravings. I had withdrawal symptoms. Again, I couldn't sleep. I was having panic attacks. And I didn't have my thing to help me. So I started making ASMR. I discovered ASMR at this time in my life. And it's obvious why I discovered it, because I was suffering with insomnia and anxiety. And it helped me. And so I started making it. And it's really important to point out here, this is why I'm so passionate about the idea that it's not good enough just to make a video of tapping and to be helping people. That's not helping people. That's offering them a plaster when they've got chicken pox. It's not curing the disease inside. It's just scratching the spots. You know, that button that you press to help your anxiety doesn't stop you from getting anxious. It slows you down when you are anxious. So because I understood all that, I knew I needed more help than ASMR, and I knew that the people who are in ASMR for the help, the people who need the help need more help, and the people who are pretending to offer the help aren't understanding it properly, or are deliberately just getting people to watch their videos because it makes them money and popularity and whatever, and feel good factor about helping people. And people say I'm helping them, so I'm helping them, but never really going down the full route of volunteering for a mental health service, of learning about mental health, of getting trained in professional mental health, in offering professional mental health advice, in offering mind.org as a link, offering the Samaritans as a link. You know, these people are not doing that. And ASMR didn't give me the help I needed. It was a portal to relaxation, but it wasn't fixing my depression and my anxiety. I had to do that separately. So I loved making ASMR videos. It was a great time in my life. And I will do it in the future. I'm never going to stop. It's just that I do it differently now. My frequency has changed, and I've got other things that I make too. But for a while, that was my thing, and I stayed up all night and I made ASMR videos, and I was in a recovery process. I was going to the recovery meetings. I was still cutting a bit of hair for a little bit of money because I needed to. And the living arrangements had changed. Over the last few years, like I said, this house, Mom has established herself again. It's become a family home. It's become a nicer place to live. I still live with my mom. She got a new boyfriend, and very positive. He's a great guy. I've put a note down here, my new dad. No one's ever pretended to or tried to be my dad by being my mom's boyfriend. But Lee jokes about it, and he's a great guy. And out of all the boyfriends she's ever had, he's the one that I wish she had had, and he is her boyfriend, so that's great. And you know, that's a really good thing. And so what happens now is my mom goes and stays with her new boyfriend, Lee. He's not new anymore. He's been going out with him for some years now. She goes and stays with him, and I have this place to myself, really. Again, very, very lucky, aren't I? We've paid the mortgage, so I don't actually have to worry about rent. When I've got money, I give it to my mom for food and lights and electricity. When I don't, she doesn't force me to sell things to pay her the rent. Do you know what I mean? So I'm lucky. At the moment, I earn about $2,000 to $4,000 a year making films, because I've been doing it for like 2 years now, haven't I? 3 years. We're into year 3 since the salon finishing, I think. I'm on a new upward curve. I've got to start again. I've got to develop again. I've got to win these jobs. And I have won some jobs. I got 1 month I did £1,000 filmmaking. Brilliant. Another month I made nothing. It's up and down. I'm an artist. I've always been an artist. I'm trying to push that. I don't really know where it's going to go. I hope that filmmaking becomes my full-time career and I can earn money out of it. Money's not my main aim. My happiness is my main aim. And I'm learning more and more about it. So after ASMR, I went to cognitive behavioural therapy. Again, I went back to the doctor and I said, I'm depressed. I know I am. I've been to the recovery partnership. It's really helped. What else can you offer me? Cognitive behavioural therapy cured my anxiety. It gave me a toolkit to work out the anxiety problems. And they haven't gone away. I still have the instigation of the anxiety, and I still have the thoughts that start it, but I don't go down that road anymore. I've learned how to deal with it. And that's brilliant. And I try and get people that watch my ASMR to do that. I try and get people who are anxious to learn about mindfulness. That's why I've started volunteering for the mental health charity, because I understand it and I can help people. I don't earn money. I'm not rich. Last month I made $100. Literally, last month I made $100. It's not enough money. I haven't got, I spend my money on smoking weed. Not much these days, but it still happens. So I've got to be honest about it. And I don't drink anymore, so that's a big cost gone. I don't care about my clothes. I get them from Oxfam. I buy camera equipment if I've got the money to. When I did that £1,000 job, I bought a new lens. I should be saving up to try and move out, but to move out, I need to move out, live in this weird shared house situation that is actually helpful for me. But, I do want my own place. But to do that, I've got to earn a certain amount of money every month. And being a freelance filmmaker, there's no guarantees. So I need to work harder to get there. And you've seen what I do on the internet and what I'm doing. You know what I do. So I'm trying. And every day is more positive than the last. And I made it all the way to name above the door on the salon. It took me 8 to 10 years. This might take me another 10 years. I'm prepared for it. I don't think it's going to be an overnight success. But I'm not going to give up. I'm going to keep pushing forward. And it's a new thing. So I know that I'm not going to get loads of money overnight by suddenly being a filmmaker. But I'm happier doing it this way. And giving up my time to volunteer, to work with people who've got mental health problems, who are trying to get their lives on track, who are suffering with those same things as I've suffered with. It seems a bit silly in a way because I can't afford to do it. I'm not in a position where I've got a free day every week to just give up because I've got no money. I should really be down Tesco's working, stacking shelves. But I'd rather, for my own happiness, help someone else out for free than do a paid job for some company. So that's how I'm living. And that's what I've done with my film work. I haven't made lots of money. I've done lots of jobs for free. Yeah, that's the truth, and that's how it is. I live with my mom. She's not here now. She hasn't been here all weekend. She's coming back tonight, so I've got to make sure that I finish off this recording session and tidy it all away. I love the fact that my mom's still around. She nearly died a year ago, and it was very difficult for me being here on my own while she was in intensive care in hospital. I appreciate my mom. I lived in this fractured, weird family growing up, with different people coming and going. I know that I should move out and, stay on my own, but there is something nice about having closeness with my family still. My sister lives down the road now with a different boyfriend. We're still really close. The only thing that holds me back is finance, but I'm not going to focus on finance as my main goal because otherwise I won't get anywhere. I'll be really fucking depressed. I'll fuck it up again. I need to focus on happiness and being the best I can be. And, I still smoke a bit of weed, but that's drifting away. My anxiety, I feel I'm in control of. My depression, my standard level of sadness, we'll come on to talk about mitrazapine right at the end, but I'm on a bit more of an even keel. I do still get sad. Things do make me sad. You've seen me get emotional in this video, but I accept it. I feel sad. I let it dissolve and I go on to the next thing because it's okay to feel sad because things do make you feel sad. I don't try and bottle it up and force it down and not feel it. I don't try and burn it out. I just feel it and then let it dissolve, I cope better. So I'm really confident in the next few years, things are going to be better. I really hope they are. I'm not going to give up. I certainly will have down times. Certainly will. And that's how I want to finish off with these last couple of points. Because of ASMR, I met some really interesting people, some really beautiful people, some really caring people. And I just complained a minute ago about some ASMR artists not doing it for the right reasons. Fair enough. But there are some that really are. And I met them, I made some friends. I'm not good at keeping friends. I'm not good at maintaining friendships and talking to people and being in the ASMR community. I'm not good at social media. It makes me angry. I vent my dissatisfaction with the world. I'm depressed and I'm sad and I'm angry. And it's okay to be angry because there are shit things going on. And I don't see it like other people see it. I don't see all Disney and la la and, oh, isn't it fun? I think, oh, isn't it horrible? All the things that are going on. So that's what I put out on my social media and people think I'm moody and aggressive and angry and they don't like me. But that's how I am. I think social media lacks context. I think that no one can really see who you are on social media and they assume things by the way they've read what you said. And that can sound rude if you read it like that. And it can seem rude if I've said it, but I had to say, I don't know. It's not good for me. So I'm not big on the ASMR community and any of that. I don't play that game. I'm not like, I talked about putting on this face, didn't I? Putting on a facade of pretend friendship and stuff like that. I don't do that. I can't do it anymore. I'm never going to pretend to be happy if I'm not. I'm never going to pretend to think that's brilliant if it's not, I see through things. I see through it and I see to the deeper, more important issues, people's true happiness or sadness, which is more important because there are lots of people out there suffering and until their suffering is alleviated, I'm suffering. But I met this person She had an ASMR channel. She met me through ASMR and we became friends. We talked on the internet. I went and visited her. It should have been the most perfect relationship in my life. But I still hadn't addressed these problems. I still didn't realise how deep they ran and how much they needed fixing. So being with her was really eye-opening because it was a great, lovely time in my life, but it didn't work. And I had to accept that it wasn't working because of me, because she was these things that I wanted, but I wasn't able to deal with it. So she'd suffered in her life. She'd had a tragedy and she'd ended up seeing a therapist because of it. She'd had a tragedy and she gave me the advice, and it was good advice that, you know, to go and talk to someone and see someone. So I'd been to cognitive behavioural therapy. I knew that helped. So then I sought further therapy. And this is a problem. On the NHS, it's taken 2 years for me to see someone, and I still haven't seen them. I'm still on a waiting list. But I started paying privately to go for an hour a week and talk about my problems. And it's expensive and it's hard to find the money every week. Some weeks my mom pays. A lot of the weeks my mom pays, to be honest. And I'm really lucky and grateful that she does. I wish I could pay for that myself. I just physically can't. I just don't have the money. Maybe I should be going and working at Tesco's at night to pay for it. But then, like I said, it makes me depressed to do that. So it's like a vicious circle. And I'm hoping that, like I said earlier, I'm going to progress and start earning more money. So I've got plans on how to I'm working hard to try and do that in my own ethical way. But thanks to her, I started down that journey and it has really helped. It showed me what I needed still to do. That just making ASMR videos and quitting the salon and, you know, recovering a bit wasn't enough. I needed to dig deep and to sort these things out. Mom nearly died. I went through this horrible depression stage again. I made that album, The Temptation of the Saints. Ruby died. My beautiful girl Ruby died. It's natural, it happens. And at the time I was there and I was strong for everyone. I held her while she... You know, the vet came round and it was nice and we were there all together as a family. The days leading up to her death, I took her... Because we knew she had this cancer and we knew it was inoperable. We tried to have an operation and it didn't succeed. I took her, you know, we knew it was happening. We accepted it. I took her to the places that... I took her to the dog class where I'd taken her as a puppy. I took her to the dog class where I'd taken her as a puppy. And I took her to the river where we'd first walked. And on the day that we knew it was the last day, I had to hold her and I had to watch her die. And it's okay for me to feel sad about that. It's okay. You know, it's natural. And to this day, you know, to my dying day, when I think about it, I'm going to feel sad. But when I think about her life, I'm going to feel happy. And chin up and pushing on. I've still got a dog. I've still got Navin, the rescue dog. He's bitten me a few times. He's difficult. It's a different animal. That's a different video. But I go walking in the woods every day with Navin. I look at what I've still got, not what I've lost. And I push on. And I started taking metrazapine. A different friend recommended metrazapine to me, mainly for sleep. I don't know if it is affecting my mood. You know, I'm still capable of feeling sad. I'm still capable of emotion. It's just not zombifying me. Maybe different drugs work differently for different people. Maybe whatever I've done to my brain, it suits the metrazapine. But it makes me drowsy at night. It makes me want to go to sleep. And I don't have to lie there awake for hours trying to sleep. I just drift off. So I'm getting this new routine of sleep. It's happening. It's working. My ASMR has diminished. I'm not watching it anymore. I'm not making as much because I'm doing different things. I'm getting up in the day. I'm walking the dog. I'm trying to make films. I'm sending emails. I'm doing occasional jobs. And when it gets to night time, I'm trying to get to bed. I'm trying to be disciplined about it. So that's a positive. It's a step forward. So am I depressed? Yes. Yes, I am depressed. Do I daily feel distressed? Yes. Yes, I do. When I look at the news, which I do, I pay attention to the world. I see through things, people have got different opinions. I'm not going to get political now, but when I see a story, I think you must have noticed from the stuff I talk about on my channel, I don't take things at face value. I see past them and through them and deeper into them. And that's what troubles me, is the root of things. I don't think as society we're correct. I don't think buying and selling things and encouraging people to buy things and happiness through advertising, I don't think that works. I think it makes us worse. I think advertising is responsible for some of the ills of society. And I think it's okay to feel depressed if you're exposed to these things, because they're there to make you depressed. So yes, I'm depressed. Am I coping? Yes. Am I coping well? Well, a lot better now. I'm on my way to a full recovery. I'm learning about things through therapy, through investigation. Because when I discovered ASMR, and I knew about the anxiety because I felt it, and I found these other people that were feeling it, I didn't stop there. I learned about mindfulness and cognitive behavioural therapy, and I shared that. I've done a lot of research. I've probably done so much independent research on so many different topics that I could have 3 degrees by now. Not even joking. I do a lot of learning and stuff because otherwise I'm sitting and being depressed. And I make videos, don't I? I make all these videos and stick them on the internet. And part of this is what I said about a feeling of self-worth. Because I don't value myself, I'm not afraid to do these videos. I have been afraid to make this one. I am afraid to put this out on the internet. And I know it's a terrible video because it's just like 3 hours of me talking, for fuck's sake. Like a podcast though. Some people listen to those. It's not the most well edited. These video pieces I'm putting out, certainly on Battery Exhausted, are a deliberate attempt to sort of say the world is not all Casey Neistat. It's not like YouTube wants it to be. It's not like you see on the adverts. The world is not like that. And if all these people are buying into this concept, gaming, I'm not going to diss gaming here, do a different video about it, but I watch some gamers, and if that's what you've got as a young person growing up, if you watch someone like, not even going to name names, if you just watch one of these YouTubers, there's nothing there for you if you're depressed, if you're suffering, if you're going through problems. They're just on this facade, Disneyfied, just it's all fun, games, whatever. It's not taking you where you need to go. It's not teaching you what you need to learn. It's distracting you in a way. And I feel it's irresponsible because we know kids are committing suicide. We know it's happening. And we know that the people, I'm not even one of the big YouTubers, but the ones that are big, they know they've got access to these people. They're all watching them. And they're only, their concern is not to take that and make the world better by using their brain to investigate something important. Even if they're not able to investigate it, if they're not able to understand it, they could use their channel to present it. Someone else could do a video about depression, about suicide, and put it on their channel. But they're not interested, are they? That's not their concern. And maybe it's because they haven't suffered, but I know a few of them that have suffered. So they've mentioned it, but they haven't, in my opinion, is it responsible to be sharing these messages about buy a computer game? Because that's what it makes you do. It makes you want to go and buy the computer game they're playing, doesn't it? Makes you want to sit and play a game. But sitting and playing games isn't going to get you where you need to go. And ironically, they've got money from it. Yeah, I understand that. But money's not what you need, So I'm sorry I'm dissing gaming. It's not about dissing gaming. It's about talking about depression and about the world we live in and the advertising and stuff like that. That's why I make my media the way I make it, with pure ethic. I try my hardest to share that message, that at my own cost, because I could just make fucking top 10 greatest this and play a computer game every day, and I could do that. I could just join in, but at my own detriment, my own popularity, my own ability to be successful on YouTube, that's not as important to me. Take the ASMR as an example. It's not as important to me as the quality of the message that I present, and the work I put forward, because I believe that one day I'll be dead and that's all that will be left. and whoever watches my video, they might go on to find real help, or they might kill themselves. You know, that will happen. If all your million views and these big ASMR artists, you know, all those millions of views, there's going to be one number in there. One of those one views is going to be someone that's not alive anymore because they didn't make it through their struggle. And I can't sleep. So I can't sleep with that as well. I have to make sure I've done my best. And this is it. This is it. A really poorly, you know, edited video with the chunk when there's just sound and no video. And it's important because I'm about to enter this. I'm about to enter this new phase in my life where I'm actively supporting people with mental illness. I'm going to be going to them and offering support, and they're going to see my YouTube. They're going to be able to find it. So I think it's important they can find this, and they can realise that it's not the blind leading the blind. You know, it's not like I'm not capable. In fact, I'm more capable because I've been through it and I understand it. And yeah, I'm not at the top of the mountain waving the flag. No, I'm still struggling. But when you're climbing that mountain, the guy at the top waving the flag, he's no help to you, is he? You know, this is what this is a better analogy than when I talk about the YouTubers and the gamers and things like that. You know, they're not that much help to you if they're up there waving the flag, you know, jumping around success. The people that are helpful to you are the other ones on the ladder, on the mountain trail, the ones you're clipped to and tied to, the ones that reach out and can physically grab your hand, the ones that are themselves struggling, the ones that will put themselves in the danger, the ones that will put you above themselves, you know? And that's what I offer. And that's why I'm volunteering. And that's why I've made ASMR, is because, you know, internet and trolling, you know, and the ASMR and all that. Do you know what it took for me to make videos where I intimately whisper to the world, having failed as a hairdresser? In my town, everyone knows who I am because I have my name on that shop. Like, it's a small town, people talk. And like, what the fuck is he doing making these weird videos on the internet? People look down on me. They do. They sneer at me sometimes when they discover this ASMR thing. Not everyone. Some people think it's lovely. But there are enough people that think it's weird. Do you know what I mean? And I don't care. Because I know it's helping people. And it's not just they're watching it and falling asleep. There's a link to mind.org. There's me saying this. There's a story and a journey that we're all on together that you can follow with me. And my vlog channel, it expresses that. It shows you where I've been, what I'm doing, the reality, and hopefully it will show you the progression. And this is part of it, isn't it? So there we go. I think that's where I should finish off and tidy up before I start on any sort of rant about, you know, I do think it's okay to be angry. I think it's okay, rather than, some people say depression is rage turned inwards. And rather than being angry at yourself, sometimes it is okay to be angry at the world for being a bit shit. But then also other times you have to accept it. And I'm not here to critique ASMR artists. They're not the worst people in the world. But, you know, that's something I've been involved with, and I'm talking about things through that prism sometimes. But I'm more angry about, like, you know, the environmental issues and the animal torture and abuse and child abuse, and I'm more angry about the people that drop bombs and vote for a war so they can make money out of oil. You know, I'm more angry about that, yeah. But I'm not on the news talking about oil, am I? I've got an ASMR channel, so sometimes I talk about that. I don't know. I don't want to seem like a bitching, don't want to finish this off with a bitching thing, but what I wanted to make clear was that it's okay to be angry about stuff. It's better than being upset, and use that anger in a positive way. And it's hard for me to learn to do that because I'm learning to do it. But to use that, that's always what it's been, you know, as well. It's always been, I'm going to fucking show you then, you know. You think I'm shit and nothing and depressed and burning myself and that, you know, I fucked my life up? Well, I'll show you. And I'll show you that what you thought was a success, I'm not even going for that. I'm going for something completely different. And you don't even understand what it is yet. But when I get there, I'll be happy. And I don't know. You know, I'm not trying hard to get the 50 grand a year job or the 80 grand a year job. I don't need to drive a Mercedes. I don't think like that. I don't think like that. And that's why that YouTube stuff doesn't impress me. You know, I'm not bothered about what Casey Neistat's doing in LA. It's not for me. It doesn't satisfy me in any way. And so that's where we're at. And I'm sorry if I just went on a little bit of a rant at the end. I'm sorry, because that's not what this is about. This is about depression and how I felt depressed and how I've got through it up to this point and finally found real support. Therapy, the metrazapine is helping. It's not for everyone, but you know, there are different options out there. Mind.org took me to cognitive behavioral therapy. Mind.org was my portal to recovery. And I'm now working with Mind.org. I've been to the induction. I've signed all my forms. I'm a part of their organisation now. And we're just on the early stages of me starting support work. So it's important I make this video because of that context. I hope you've enjoyed listening to it. I hope it's helped in some way. And if you've watched this all the way to the end, thank you. Thank you. Please buy my music. That's the best thing you can do for me. Share my work, subscribe to my channel, do my Patreon, whatever. I'm not looking for your money. That's not what I'm looking for. But I make that music because it comes from my soul and it's a way of me earning money. So, you know, that does help me. But there's something there for you as well. There's some music, you know, it's not just like donate for free, is it? And I know it's not for everyone. I know everyone's not going to like the music, but I don't know where we're going with anything. I'm not trying to use YouTube as a source of income. I'm just using it to share messages. But I don't have a regular source of income. And that's one of my problems at the moment. So if you want to help me to get on that journey, share my work and, you know, buy my music. Yeah. I'm really trying to get to 1,000 subscribers at the moment because then I can release this special video that I've made, a strongman bass thing again, and get onto some other stuff. I'd also really quickly like to say that my frequency of uploading might seem to decrease in the next few weeks, but that's because I'm working on slightly longer, slightly more researched, bigger pieces, because I feel that I could actually make a bit of a go of this channel, and I've got a few more things to offer that people maybe don't realise I've got to offer. So I'm going to start making a few more media constructed pieces, and that means I'm putting work into it, and it's taking hours and hours of editing and researching and editing and filming and editing. So be patient and look forward to these videos. There'll be different topics, journalistic research, sort of mini documentary pieces, but the bare bones of what a documentary can be. So that's what's happening. Hi, you're with Scott. It's ASMR time. It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right ear. This is your left ear. And first, a little warning. This video will send you to sleep.